Hello everybody, welcome to another day of the WardiTV November. Hope you're all doing well. Let me start today off with some TVT in the form of Q versus Spirit. As always, I think we've got a pretty fun day lined up for you guys. We'll be getting going in just a couple moments. Just getting the first lobbies ready. Multitasking is not up to the scratch of doing that while also pressing the buttons. There we go. Hello, hello, hello. I think we've got everyone we need. So players are staying ready. Let's go into some Terran versus Terran to start the day off. So, Q versus Spirit, first matchup of the day. TVT has won the PTR for the final day of groups. Going into Amygdala. Let's get this ready to rumble. Hello everyone, hello TBD, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. As we have got in the top right hand corner of the map, to start things off today, the blue Terran player, Q. Up against our red Terran in the bottom left from Poland is Spirit. This is a European group with Q as the only non-European. Which is kind of fun, a little bit different to what we usually get. I think it's a very fun group as well. Very competitive. I don't think Q is quite as tip-top shape as he was coming out of eSports World Cup. So I think especially interesting to see where he places in this group. See if he can take advantage of the Europeans, or see if he is not quite, like I say, 100% the Q that we kind of expect to, you know, in the past maybe dominate a group like this, maybe struggle for Showtime, but otherwise look great. So yeah, I think it'll be a very interesting group to have pan out. I mean, every player is a challenge. Spirit's TVT has leveled up as of late. You know, Lambo is always an absolute beast and always a scary opposition. I feel like maybe this Korean Terrans, Lambo has a bit more of a struggle than some of his other matchups, so maybe that part is a bit rougher for him, but I mean, then you've got the pros players. Harstem's been playing pretty well lately. Showtime has been playing really well lately, so very excited to see how these guys excited to see what's going on. CC starts up quickly from Spirit, where we will see the double gas. And a fairly quick factory on the way from Q, so he'll go a bit more of the pressure route in the early stages. Reaper pops down, moves around. Factory on the way up, SCV build in. Reaper coming about, and again, just going to see that command center building on the natural. Reaper coming out the front as well. As we get ourselves the factory, about to finish from Spirit, so he can get his first units up as well. See where this is going to go. A couple of Reapers. Going to be a third Reaper and a Hellion producing on the side of Q. We'll see Spirit going into that reactor of one Reaper can be a little greedy. We'll see how he does get units out from here. See how well he can deal with this Reaper Hellion pressure. They gather up for the moment. Yeah, those couple of Reapers in the Hellion continue to come through. Certainly having the kind of defensive setup for them at the moment, but definitely would expect them at some point to probably make a little bit of a stance out across the map. Well, Hellions popping through. Again, the of shells is coming up, and our Marauder is on the way on the barracks as well. So all of that being brought into play already. Reaper and the Hellions gather. As our Medevac produces, and Spirit gets this all set to rumble. I think you're waiting too long to really come across, especially because you're reactoring Hellions. It's such a defensive way to play. Reacted Hellions obviously give you just so many good numbers, and against an attack like this, you clean up very easily, and this is actually scary for Kira because now Spirit's going to come across the map with Marauder with Concussive Shells. Could be a pretty huge deal. Those SCVs will get to repairing, bringing those couple of Hellions back up to health. And like I say, the Marauders will go into the medevac, and we will just go with a little bit of an army supply lead. Definitely an opportunity right now. No tank out. It's currently halfway done. That will probably be a big part of the defense. There's a Cyclone that's already out from Cure, so you will have that, but that's obviously what the Marauders can target. The Hellions can take out the Marines. Like I said, there's a lot of danger in this attack. The tank is actually very close to being done. It will be finished for this attack arriving. It's not going to be sieged, though. What do you target fire here with the Marauders? He's going to step them up in towards the siege tank, but that wasn't really the control at all from the Spirit. Yeah, I mean, he just left one Marauder on the ground, which then the other was in the medevac not doing anything, and while the other was in the medevac, the one on the ground was just targeted by the Cyclone, so it died so quickly. What a, yeah. What a weird little position. Just not the fight at all for Spirit, unfortunately. That was really his opportunity. Q's actually ahead a few SCVs right now. That was Spirit's chance to definitely reset the advantage and take things back. The Hellions come through, a few SCVs going down again. 3 SCVs killed so far, going to get up to 4 and 5 in just a few moments. There it is, 5 going down, going to come across, going to get to 6, 7, 8. Marauder back in the natural, 9 SCVs now killed. Interference Matrix coming through, the Raven is producing, Siege Tanks are on the way. Again, Barracks building on the side of Spirit as well, so we continue to bring that up into action. Refinery is producing. My command center is halfway done, the Siege Tank's still coming through. And these few Marines are going to unload back out on the low ground one more time. Just for the moment, as we do see the Raven is actually going to come across, drop an auto turret down, kills off the medevac, so medevac will die. You do see the medevac continuing back across. Again, a couple of racks and the engineering bays all on the way up. And that command center about to finish up here as well. Still got our siege tank coming through too. So bringing that siege tank in, a couple extra Marines are coming through. The Raven is producing as well right now. All of that being settled just for the moment here as we have our siege tanks, Marines, and the Cyclone gathering back on center. Here comes the army of Cure, going to press down the bottom. Then good little scan, a couple tanks are going to get sieged. The medevac will see what is up there. So a good little spot of what's going on. I mean, this is just Cure taking advantage of what was already a pretty good start for him. So, yep, absolutely getting himself in a good place. And we see now Ravens moving toward each other here in the skies. The tanks will unsiege. The Marines will come off to the edges. Matrix is on the tanks. We can just waltz into this natural. We're going to Matrix the tanks in return. But you're already having to pull SCVs into a lot of Marines and auto turrets. They get slaughtered. As, okay, fair enough. You probably kind of win the tank fight in terms of Matrix timing, but then you just don't win the tank fight in terms of your opponent has Marines on top of your tanks. Full counterattack is going to do damage. So Spirit gets something out of this, but his entire natural is breached. His CC is going to die here. The SCVs I don't think would repair it in time. Even if they did, that's all those SCVs then going down as well. It's not exactly going to make this any better for you. And it does look as though that is going to be a first game getting rounded out in just a few moments, I think. As just the tanks continue to fire away, and Cure is going to pop through. And he is going to take the first game of this best of 3, opening up the day in a very strong manner. Very nicely done. We'll head into a game number 2 of this in just a few moments' time. So second map coming up momentarily. Our second map is going to be El Dorado. Actually a very interesting one for TVT. I might even be a very long one for TVT as well. Definitely some potential for this one to kind of stretch out a little. We get started as we kick this off. We're going to jump into game number 2. Just missing our one of our casters who was in the wrong lobby. Beautiful. Perfect. And let's go into Spirit Cure second game. Players are ready already, I think, so we can just kick this off and count down into this one. Hello everyone, again, how are we doing today? Good to see you all. Thanks for joining us early on for the first matches. Obviously loads of StarCraft 2 to come. Should be a lot of fun as we dive into this and we get this going. Let's go into El Dorado and see what the hell we get from these two on this one. I really felt like Spirit had opportunity with that in that last game, especially after he killed all those units and he just got to come across the map. I was like, okay, Spirit, we're talking! And it just all fell apart a little bit, unfortunately, from that. So Spirit in the bottom left and Cura in the bottom right. I am not hitting the right buttons today, guys. Sorry, I've got fat fingers. Hitting the wrong parts of the keyboard. Take a while to warm up, apparently. Yeah, what's up, Squirrelage? Thank you so much for the 31-month resub on the Prime, kicking us off today on the support train. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. Paper coming through, the factory is on the way. Factory building from Spirit as well. Depot about to finish. CC still coming in. Our Marine is producing too. Yo, Prototypical also on the Prime sub, hitting us up for the 2 months. How you doing? Thank you so much for using your Prime on the channel. You guys are such example setters, showing everybody how to use that Prime. Love to see it. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As we take, again, just a couple of moments here. See what we have happen. A couple of Reapers are on the way up at the moment, just getting those set and ready. The Marines and that Reaper just going to spread out the front. We got a little bit of build-up time right now as we settle and see where things will go. Marines and the Reaper just going to hop back into the bunker then. Reaper's going to hang about. Factory is going to start up a Cyclone. Just going to have a reactor building on the barracks. A couple Reapers continue to move about. See the Marines joining up together as well. Here the first to instigate some aggression here on El Dorado. As across the map we head. Would have mind 2 Reapers and 2 Marines. Journeying across for the moment. Rebel Scum 141 making it a trio of primes in the Twitch chat. You see that medevac moving around here just a little bit. Marine's gonna unload. Just gonna see the units continue to come about. As you see, the couple of cyclones will continue around. I'm just going to continue to chase that Widow Mine a little bit. Just going to chase that over there for a few moments. We've seen the tank and the Raven continue to come about as well. As the Reaper sits down on the watchtower. We're seeing a couple of shots continue to come through. Just going to be seeing the drop into the main base. Marine tank continuing over as well. Just going to continue across, take a few moments. Everyone's coming out down the bottom side. And yeah, we continue to settle down here for a few moments in this game still. Couple just drop down. Cyclone is going to get grabbed. Just going to be seeing those few SCVs going. I mean, it's all about Kyo trying to apply pressure and deal damage throughout the start of this. So he's been able to do a very good job of that. Now we have the Reaper the other side even doing damage still as well. So Spirit in trouble. He uses 2 Matrixes here, but I don't know if he's going to get anything out of these Matrixes. I think they are going to fade before he can really take advantage of them. Ah, okay, he was just about in time to get rid of tank number 1. Tank, okay, it worked. The Matrix lasted a bit longer than I thought. It just felt like he wasn't in position in time. But yeah, Kira is holding on back at home, and the damage on the other side, putting Spirit behind on workers. The Raven's still over here. Going to try and find a few more SCVs. We'll get a few shots on the Vikings. At least the Vikings do get rid of the Ravens. So that is one problem removed from the equation now. One less thing to worry about. 1-1 and Combat Shield all still coming up. Just going to be seeing the rest of the Marine tank coming through as well. SCVs and barracks coming up as we speak. We're seeing a few units coming about. Just going to see 12 SCVs going down once again. Q is succeeding at the moment. Let's dive in. A few more SCVs will be dropping. A lot of SCVs going down. I mean, the third base is going to be falling as well, it seems like. Kira is going to be caught on his army. I think Kira's stepped a little bit too far forward, and that might be Spirit's opportunity right now. That might be what he wants to try and get done now. Next. See how Marine's going back over. SCV is going to take shots once more. A lot of SCVs going down. I mean, Kira, the fact that Spirit had to turn around and deal with this is kind of sad, because I feel like the only chance he really had was to just go, go, go. And just full commit send it, so yeah. Game is called, and Kira takes 2-0 to start off the day. Kira getting the first win of the day on the board. I'm going to be going into Lambo versus Spirit in just a few moments' time. We'll get that started up. Perfecto. Alright, guys. First match of the day wrapped up. Q gets the 2-0. Looking good. I do think Spirits TVT is very good lately. So, you know, coming in and getting a 2-0 Q is not a guarantee. I think some people may think that. I don't think that's actually true. So, yeah. Beautiful. Alright, we'll be getting into this Lambo Spirit matchup in just a few moments then, as we continue our way through the games. Take a couple moments and we'll get that set up. Alright, perfect. So some videos coming through. Again, how is everybody doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you all. Thank you for joining. Pleasure to be here, bringing you guys some action. Going 4-0 in his group was crazy. I actually think so too. That was a very difficult group. And Bjorn has not been super consistent lately either. I feel like Bjorn has had his struggles, and then to come into a group like that and to do so well is, yeah. Kind of, surprising, honestly. Like I say, it's almost like the tougher the competition is, the better Bjorn actually performs. Not that he doesn't lose to good players usually, it's just like, it feels like Bjorn in that group a lot of the time I wouldn't have expected greatness, and he's like bam, bam, bam. He looked really good as well, so. So yeah. Alrighty, guys. Like I said, just a few moments. We will take a little bit of time here, get set up, get back on track. Do 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 do. Lambo, make sure that they're here and vetoing and so on. Excited to have Lambo playing. Actually, very interested to see how Lambo performs today. Apparently, he was actually working on some new. He's changed some of his settings and stuff in the off season, so he asked for like the latest group possible, so he could have even more time to practice that. So he was working on that recently as well. That'll be fun to see him play some games. So I'd get some Lambo games on the stream as we get everybody invited. We'll be off and away very soon. Perfect. Most of Bjorn's wins 2+ base pushes. Oh, he won some longer games as well. Yeah. I think back. I mean, he had some faster games against the pros players, but he had a couple of longer ones too. I wouldn't say it was just like push focused or anything along those lines necessarily. I mean, some of Bjorn's games obviously going to be like that, right? But I wouldn't say it was too many. Go, go, GLHF, go, go, go. And we can kick off into ley lines for our first map here of Lambo versus Spirit. ZVT. Have a look to see what this looks like. Ley lines into El Dorado definitely feels like when Spirit's playing, we could end up on some long games. It'll be interesting to see how that pans out. Let's get this in game, guys. Let's go. There's going to be ley lines, and in the bottom left corner of the map, we have got ourselves the blue Zerg player. This is Lambo. In the top right, our red Terran is going to be Spirit. What's up, Scotty? Good morning to you. Hello, hello, and welcome to the YouTube stream. You guys are watching over on the YouTube. Oh, you guessed what time it is. I bet you did. It is time to go and do the clicking of the like button. Give it a click, like the stream. Help us to bring new people into the channel. Helps out a lot. We really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Let me throw my own like on there as well. As we set up with Spirit in the top right, and he's proxy Raxing Lambo in the bottom left, so straight up aggression here on the side of Spirit as he heads across that far left hand side and takes position. Liked? Hell yeah. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you, thank you. And like I say, these proxy racks coming up, and Lambo Overlord's not coming up to check this eye. Oh, something's rallied there. I think it's the SCV is rallied there. Or is it an Overlord? I think it's just the SCV that's rallied there to follow the, after it's built the barracks, basically. So, I don't think that's going to be anything that's going to help Lambo to spot this happening or so. Unfortunately for him, as a couple of barracks will come finishing up. Just going to get those concluded. And bunker builds, the orbital and a couple of marines continuing through as well, so we get all of that on the go currently. Looking pretty cozy for the moment. Again, not really any surprises just yet, so looking good. Waiting to see where we go to. Let's see how things pan out. Drone's obviously going to be people planning to try and deny this bunker. Now, first Marines are here. I think the drones should always commit to finishing off the SCV. Stopping that bunker coming up is huge, but there is another SCV available. More Lings on the way. I think it's very difficult to actually get this bunker up right now. Factory on the way behind this. Lambo has lost a lot of mining time. Spankful are going to take shots, so we're going to have to pull the Lings again. With the Queen and the Lings, surely we can just fight these Marines without the need of pulling the drones any further. I think that is the case. Let's keep the Queen alive. Spankful will finish the bunker off. There's a cancel. And again, the factory coming up currently from Spirit back at home. So he's going to get factory before he puts an expansion down. Lambo, again, lost a lot of mining time. That's definitely noteworthy. There's definitely something to keep our eyes on, because that's money which he should have had that now he will not, so that does have an impact. Factory building the reactor as well. Single Zergling comes back over that right-hand side. Zergling speed coming up. 2 more Lings on the way out. It's going to be having our command center building on the side of Spirit, so he's just going to get that on the way. Zergling trying to get up here, nibble at the depot a little bit. Try and do some more damage. As that Marine will take down the Zergling, so Zergling will fall. And the rest of the Marines just coming out the front once again, so again, just trying to see what we can do, what we can get up to. Spine is going to come across, but we're up in the main base. All the rest of the Lings gathering together as well. So a lot of Lings, the Queen gathering up, Ling speed, Liberator continuing through also. Obviously, this game getting into an interesting little position as the Liberator and the Hellion continuing through. Those Zerglings from Lambo at the front will run in. There's going to be Marines and Hellions there. So already got to take a second to back it up a little. Liberator pulling away as well, just getting out of there for the moment. Ball goes up. Lings will not be able to do too much. Lambo's still finding workers. It's a lot of Lings made. They're going to have to get back home now as the Queens, I think, will be able to get rid of that Liberator. It just targeted a single drone, so it was the right decision too. It wouldn't have caught the Queen. So that is going to mean just one drone goes down for the Liberator. The Hellions are actually going to get stuck in this corner. Lambo's going to decide that it's just good to go clean those up. I like that. Pull a few of the Lings away so you're not taking additional splash damage on Lings that just aren't going to do anything because melee units can't get in front of other melee units. And that's going to be a little pushback and clean up on that one. Lair continuing through. The drone and the Queen coming up as well. Stimpack and Marines continuing by from Spirit's side. The Spine Crawler will come to the front. And that Spine continues to come into position just for the moment. Things gather. Again, Rotron, Lair, drones all continue to build right now. We get all of that coming through for the moment. Let's see, the Ling's going to get a little wraparound. It's going to be the SCV and the depot going down. Just going to still see the Evo Chambers and the Overlords coming up. Very hitting nicely. It is going to go down. It's the second Liberator, though, so again, a lot of harassing units early from Spirit. This Lambo does not actually get to kill that off, unfortunately, so that will be surviving there. It's a little bit of an annoyance to have that get away, because the Lings are going to threaten a little bit. Going to run through. A couple of SCVs go down already. We're seeing the Medivacs loading back up. A couple of Lings still nibbling at the depot there for a little bit longer. He's going to get that. Ling goes down. The Roach is going to step forward. So Roaches get there, Medivacs pull back. So we've seen that Medivacs loaded up. Marines are going to be settling nearby. Still got the +1 missiles, +1 carapace coming through. A little cancer coming down there as well. The Bane Nest halfway done. The Infestation Pit about to finish. Still got some Roaches building through here, and Ravagers also on the side of Lambo, so all of that coming up at the moment. Let's do have our Queen in position to just again try and go after the Liberator for a few moments. The Roach Ravager out down to the bottom. The hatchery just settles in. You can see the Infestors coming up as well. Ravager and a few more Roaches coming by too. Still got the Lair coming in. Bane Nest coming up. Also Marines. Tanks will head down to the bottom side where we've got Roach Ravager ready to approach, and they're going to get rid of a Marine already. We'll see Lambo. He'll look corrosive fire down that tank before he takes... Okay, he takes one shot off of it on the edge of the Roaches. Do you think he needs those Infestors? Those Fungals may be important for him to just really have enough to really make this okay to fight with the Roach Ravager. Bane speed is coming up as well. That's currently halfway done. The melee upgrade a part of that. Again, there's the Liberator sieging up in the back, and there's a few of those drones already going down. 4 workers being killed. Spellcrawler does get burrowed up. He's just going to get rid of that Liberator, so that will fall. Meanwhile, the Roach Ravager continues through here as we just have ourselves. Those Marines continue to take a whole bunch more damage again. We turn back around again. Those Marines are going to continue to take a lot of shots. As we do see the damage really continuing to add up for the moment. A few more corrosive bars. The Marines and the Medivacs have to step away right there. 2-2 upgrades and the +1 vehicle weapons is building as well. On top of that, the +1 melee upgrade. That single Marine stepping forward. Ling, Roach, Ravager, Bane is pretty quick to play cleanup on all of that. just going to come forward again here now as we do have the Banes. Going to come straight through. A couple of Banes crashing in, but it's just not enough for Lambo. All game long, he's just trailed slightly. I think that opening against the Proxy Racks was a little bit too expensive for the drone pulls. And I think he's just, like I say, he kind of committed to a few lings that didn't get into the opponent's mineral line. He's just always had a little bit too little, plain and simple. This is going to be Spirit taking game number 1 of this TVZ. And Spirit opens up strong in his second matchup of the day after not having the greatest of time against Kua in that previous match. Second map is going to be El Dorado, so as you guys probably guessed, we'll go straight into it. Get the game's rolling as best we can here. Double leveling down and get this ready to go. Alright, throw some ads in as well, just in case we get a long Spirit game. You guys know it can happen. We all know it can happen. Pull Lambo up, wait for Spirit to join us. We should be good to start. Like we've gained a caster as well, always nice. Gained a caster halfway through the games. Makes me wonder if I've forgotten to add them before now, if they really just joined late, you know. Yeah, I'm sure that they would have said something if I'd just been forgetting to add them. Go GLHF ready. Gonna kick this off. Alright, let's head into the top left-hand side of the map. This is going to be our red Terran player. This is Spirit. And he is up 1 in the best of 3. As off to the bottom right, we have the blue Zerg player. We have Lambo. As we get into matchup, see where we go, see what's going to happen. Get this ready to rumble. So, an overload coming through the bottom side of the map, getting across initially. Making a little bit of a move. The overload coming over, I'm getting a couple of drones and the hatch coming over initially. Just going to see the barracks building up on the side of Spirit. SCV coming through too as we settle in. Obviously no proxy racks. I do think we'll see a very different game if Lambo doesn't have to deal with problems in the early stages. Overlord down on the bottom side. Maybe it pulls back away, go in the other direction for a couple of moments. The feeling is going to go chasing the Reaper, so a little bit of damage being dealt there. Reaper getting pushed around. The feelings will chase a little bit as well. A couple of queens coming up, and drones building. The Reaper goes back and forth. So we have the Reaper hopping back down. Again, a few more drones coming about. The hatchery building through. And yeah, a couple of CCs coming up and online as well. So again, those command centers up and ready to rumble. And the triple CC is obviously not too much of a surprise factor in a matchup like this one. Drones coming up, Queen and Link Speed coming through as well, so all of that continues to come around. Pauline's and Reaper coming out the front. Queen's are going to be there. Link Speed, Stimpack continue to come about for the moment. Continue to settle. And that's what you have. Again, the Roadrunner already building from Lambo. So that Roadrunner coming up. The drones and the Overlords building on through. The Stimpack is going to be on its way from Spirit. And again, that Orbital and Starport building as well. So all of that continues into play. Again, the Roadrunner in a second game here from Lambo. We'll see just how he wants to utilize that. Obviously, got into that Roadrunner after the last game. That was off of a bit of a weaker opening. He's going to move about. The Hellions get around to the top. Lair, drones, extractors. Continuing to come through for the moment. The Hellions will be all the way to the right, and they're going to nail this no line. Oh no! Evo Chamber doesn't get down, so that's a lot of drones and a lot of trouble. 8 workers going down immediately. Make it 9, 10, 11, 12. Obviously, you're going to lose the Hellions, but you get 13 workers out of this. You're going to get 14 workers out of this. Every single drone on that third base dies before those Hellions get cleaned up, and Lambo losing some serious economy early in this game. That is going to be a big problem. That is going to be very costly. That's going to put you into a very difficult position. It's going to make your life a whole lot tougher. Second's trying to come about. The engineering base still coming online. Hopefully they'll just float up. You're just going to get the few Marines there. Going to push the Zerglings away. Just going to get those pushed out of there as well. Combat shield and +1 attack continue to come through as well. Yes, guys, this is a PTR server. Everything we cast at the minute is on the new patch /PTR, apart from WardiTV Mondays. The only thing that's not new patch that we cover right now is the Monday tournament. Everything else is new patch, new and /PTR. It's obviously not live yet still, but you guys know what I mean. He's going to unload. Medivac's loading back up. I was like, we're going to get there. Medivac gets pushed over to the sides. Do you think, yeah, I think Lambo is obviously he's recovering a little bit from those drone losses. Still going to be a struggle. We'll see how Spirit does on some of his next pushes here. You know, some of these upcoming attacks could be really kind of game deciding if he does very well with them. Armory on the way. Not seeing Barracks 6, 7, and 8 yet for the 8 racks. Also not seeing, I guess, a couple more gas on the third base. It looks as though we are going to get second factory, fourth base, and in general kind of progress in this game if Lambo doesn't die on the 5 racks pressure on the 3 bases, which obviously really should not be the case. The Marines unloading up on the top side. Just going to be seeing the few roaches getting back across as well. Medivac's come over. Maybe again continue to look for damage. Good defense so far though. Doing a decent job of that as a few Marines unload in the center. A little bit of creep spread is going to go down as well. Melee upgrade still coming about. Bane speed is still on the way. The Roaches and Lings turning that into those Marines as the Marines will continue to chase. Queens will be hunted down. The Overlords going to get jumped on as well. So Siege Tank's going to unsiege and regather with the Bioforce. Roach Ravager Bane. Oh, not really any Ravagers, just Roach Bane kind of wandering forward, but the supply's not there, the Bane speed's not there, and Spirit is going to take the 2-0, so a comfortable win for Spirit as he bounces back from his loss to Cure. Bounces back for the 2-0 on this one. Alright, we're going to go into Lambo versus Showtime up next then, guys, so that's going to come through in a couple of moments. Straight into that ZVP. There's a couple of fast matches start off this Group D. Terrans winning out. I mean, one of them was a TVT. A long way to go. As we'll see what Lambo Showtime gives us. We're going to go Lambo Showtime, then Showtime versus Cure. And then Showtime versus Spirit is the current order of matches, guys. So, yeah, going to start getting a bunch of the Showtime games in a row here. And, yeah, get through those. We'll be finishing the day on some of the Cure matches as well. Yeah, fun day of StarCraft continuing to come your way. We'll be back in just a few more StarCraft coming up. When we come back after this quick little break, I'll see you guys in just a few moments. BRB. Alright guys, players are ready. Lobby is up. We're going to kick off into Showtime Lambo, game number 1. Best of 3 PvZ coming up. Two players that have played a lot against each other as time has gone by in the past of StarCraft. Alright, let's get this underway. Let's kick off into the game. We have in the top right hand corner the red Protoss player. This is Showtime. And he's taking on Lambo, our blue Zerg, in the bottom left corner of the map. As we get underway for another best of 3. This time some ZVP. Finally, none of those pesky Terrans around. Obviously, we'll have a couple of non-Terra matches today. PvP between Harstem and Showtime. ZVP between Lambo and Showtime, and Lambo and Harstem later. All of that still to come. And at the end of today, we will be drawing our playoffs, guys. So playoffs will be set by the end of today. You'll be able to see what the playoff matches are. Those will happen on Saturday and Sunday. Probs producing through, hatching a gas coming up. Nothing too wild to talk about just yet. Nexus drops, hatching the gas in the pool coming around. Again, the gate coming up, the Nexus building. Probe going over, and then a couple of queens and lings coming about. So yeah, Ling's moving about, probe on a little bit of a wonder. Just gonna see the Ling speed coming in. It's a Stargate opening from Showtime, nothing too surprising about that. As we get that Stargate up and rolling, so we are gonna see the Oracles probably pouring out here in the next few moments. Expect that to be a big factor for these early stages. Yo, Sinista, thank you so much for the 3-month resub. Welcome back. We appreciate the resub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Link speed finishing soon. Again, the Overlord coming about. Continue to get that on the go. Stalker's going to get the Overlords. The Overlord will fall. Lambo supply blocked. Oracle moves again, just going to be seeing the Oracle and the Warp Gate coming up as well. Let's see, the Queen's going to be there. The Oracle gets turned back away. Still got drones coming up. The Ling's building. Queen and the Overlord building through. The Spore Crawler coming about. The Oracle is going to pop in just a few moments from Showtime. Get that going as well. Oracles get back over that left-hand side again. Rotorome coming through, the few drones on the way. Twilight and the Forge are building as we speak, so all of that continues to come about. Oracles back over that right side. Twilight Council and Forge, a couple of gateways coming through as well. Nexus also building from Showtime at the moment, as our Queens will be there. Oracles will get turned back around into the center of the map. The Adept's going to come in underneath. Again, you do have those Adepts joining together. Flare also coming through. Cryptium is going down. There's a Stasis Ward that gets jumped on by the Zerglings. They're going to be able to grab that nice and quickly. You see the Queens continue to fire it up. Those Adepts still taking some damage. Queens will fire back as well. The drones figuring out what they would like to do next. As the Oracles still gather up on the left-hand side. And the Adepts get back to work. A few more drones continuing to drop for the moment. The damage just keeps on being done. The Lings will get there. The Adept will fall. The Oracle's now going to show up as well. They're going to dive through for a bunch of worker kills. So damage being dealt all across the board here. Definitely a good start from Showtime, who is going to really rip that Lambo economy to shreds in the early stages. Things will go, nibble their way through the rocks, so damage being dealt, damage being done for the early moments of this. Let's just see the Queens are going to be there to push the Oracles back the other direction as well. Things will continue onto those rocks. So the Stalker just warps in, probes are going to gather, and again, +1 and Blink will build through. That's a cannon and probe still producing the infestation pick coming by also. Stalkers will keep on moving about. It's going to get down the bottom. Blink is about to finish. The Stalkers will go after the Overlord. That will be taken down pretty much immediately there. Stalkers will continue to push onwards. And Showtime is going to keep on applying that pressure. Lambo with the Swarm Host on the way. We'll have that Nidus network to transport them around the map as well. +1 missiles, drones coming up, Hive and the Hydrogen continue to come through. And then +2 and +1 on the way, charge coming in. It's going to be seeing those Swarm Hosts pop in again. Ling Roach continue to gather. Stalker's going to get turned away. See those Locusts going to drop down onto the Nexus on the top side in a few moments' time. Stasis Ward is going to catch. Honestly, pretty good defense against those Swarm Hosts so far, not letting them do too much damage. Stalkers will fight, and a few more of those Zerglings will continue to go down, so those things continue to get picked away at here. And +2 missiles on the way, Overlord speed, Groove Spines coming in. Got Storm and +3 armor upgrade. Showtime's still finding ways to be aggressive, which is so annoying when you're playing Swarm Host. The last thing you want is to be having to try and play defensively against, units. You want the Swarm Host to be keeping the Protoss player back, but that's not happening at all right now. Stalkers will push up, Hatchery in some trouble. It's going to be going down very soon. Gonna see those Locusts gonna pop forward once again. Zard Stalker backing it up against Storm on the way through. +2 armor, +1 shields coming by. The Prism and the Fleet Beacon coming in as well. Nice network coming up as again the couple of Lurkers coming through on the side of Lambo. Stalker's gonna get there, and that's gonna be an Overlord killed off right away. So we get the pick on that Ovi, and at least we got to Lurkers though as Lambo. That's going to give him a bit more faith on the ground compared to what he was kind of working with originally. However, these Stalkers are going to blink in anyway. Not enough Lurkers in position there. There's a lot of units out across the map. In fact, that was the only lurker in the game. He didn't have lurker upgrades yet, so maybe Lambo just wasn't ready to go into it. Stalkers get forward, they get rid of those queens. It's going to be a nice catch. You see the storm continue to go off across the queens and the hydras as well, so a bit more damage dealt there. And we're going to continue to work our way through those stalkers. A lot of damage being done. That's a couple of storms hitting those hydras also. Zealots will clean up the Nidus. The other Zealots still getting through. Stalkers picking away what they can. Stepping forward once again. Hatcher on the bottom side goes down. I mean, this is just a scrap for Lambo, who seriously needs to kind of clean up and get across the map and counter. I just don't know if he's got the numbers to do so. I mean, Hydra Dash is about to finish. He'll have that on his favor as well. Something else he can utilize here to try and turn these fights, but not exactly looking too great. Showtime with a strong opening in this PVZ really did deflect the Locust in a major way. Kept up the pressure. Now on his way to Tempest, so he has a really good answer to the Lurkers. And once those Tempests out, I really do not think there's any road back into this for Lambo, who lost a 4th base, trying to re-establish the gold right now, but I don't know if Showtime ever slows down enough for that gold to even really get fully set. Yeah, I guess he's kind of happy waiting for some Lurkers right now, waiting for some Tempests right now. Zealots keep coming back across. Bling's going to get there. Lurkers have the potential to get burrowed up. What's going to happen there, though, as the Tempests keep on going. The Nidus will take more shots. So I got +2 eye weapons, +2 shields coming up. +3 attack is coming through as well on the side of Showtime, as again a couple of Tempests come by. The Observer is producing 7 additional cannons. I mean, obviously, like you said before, you know, this gold base may not get much of a chance to get up because Showtime can kind of hold the center. He's going to slow push in towards that gold. The Locust right now dropping to push him back, but again, anytime you're using the Swarm Host defensively is never really a good sign. They should be a last line of defense. Again, you almost always want those to be out on the map, attacking and doing something. If they're defending, they're almost, a lot of the time, not even really worth the supply, right? Tempest will fire up a few more shots. The Lurker shots are there to hit the Stalkers back. Storm's landing. Hydra's getting pushed. Swarm Host going down as well. The Zealots trying to get through. Tempest will go onto this Nidus around the back of the gold. It's going to be a couple of Lurkers. They're going to get shot down as well. Hydra's going to try and dive forward. They do get rid of a Tempest. Here's again the Swarm Host Locust dropping down one more time. Tempest still firing. A couple of Vipers going to get some abducts off. Both those Tempests are going to get grabbed. And again, we're doing a good job of getting rid of the Tempest, so Showtime is not able to keep pushing through as easily as it might have seemed he would. The problem I still think is that Lambo is fully focused on playing defense here, which means that Showtime is mining away on a lot of bases. He's going to start getting over here, clearing up this gold for himself perhaps, as a couple Locusts landed. And you can just see where this is going, right? Which is that I think Showtime, if he just keeps Lambo pinned back, eventually will just keep trading and Lambo will eventually run out of resources. See if Lambo can take some better fights before that becomes the absolute guarantee. Yo, Matty76, how you doing? Thank you so much for 22-month resub. Welcome back. Showtime gets back to the front. Swarm Hosts are going to start getting knocked away at as well. Sorry, not the Swarm Hosts, the Lurkers. Storm. Little Hydra Dash going to get an Oracle. One Viper, second Viper, both get feedback. The Hydra's there, going to get rid of another Tempest again. Storm is coming through. Hydra's going to dash backwards once more, back toward the gold base. These Zealots will be going down as well. Hydra Lurker is going to knock through the rocks and to otherwise just have this push continuing as The lurkers will burrow. Gets rid of the Vipers. You know that that's going to be annoying. Viper's such a good unit to have. Really sad to lose those. The counterattack, though, is definitely going to make this at least interesting, right? I mean, definitely felt like Lambo had to start doing something at some point, and that might just be it. He could offset a lot of the income/bank advantage that Showtime has in a base trade. What does Stormhorse want to do? Well, they're not going to be able to... I was thinking maybe they could jump in the Nidus and play a getaway, but that doesn't happen. Templars gathering energy would be good to get rid of those before they have storms, if possible. Tempests clearing up what they can as well. Still firing. Hydra's going to get underneath. Tempest will be starting to get cleaned up. I mean, every unit we lose right now is huge. We use the dash to help get a kill. It's almost in the corner. Just going to drop down. Even if we just get a couple units, we don't even get anything. The Stalker Blink is good. Showtime supply block. That's why it's important to wipe out the main base so we can keep Showtime supply blocked as long as possible. We don't want to let him use that bank. If he uses that bank, it's going to become very difficult to use the Zerg to ever trade well enough that you can outdo the current army plus the bank that's in play. You look dead on the way up as our Hydras will continue through the main. We've got a little bit of defense over here. I'm not sure this is really a defense that can truly stand the test of time. Storm comes in, little Hydra dash as well, going to give up the gold base. New look then is on its way. Lambo does not exactly have a ton of money though, as Showtime building 12 pylons looking for the unsupply block. High Templar, need to be careful. They could get stormed, but Lambo is going to find them before they storm. That's big, breaking into that base. I think the top left is the real point of defense from Showtime though. He's got a lot of High Templar available from there as well. Lambo's going to try and burrow up the lurkers. We should have detection as the lurkers are getting hit by zealots as well. More and more storms. Now the High Templars will begin to go down at least, so it's not like this was all for free from Showtime, but Lambo's supply is definitely struggling. And he is going to realize that it's just not going to be enough for him to recover here. GG's, and it is going to be Showtime taking a 1-0 lead in this best of 3. Man, took a little bit of effort though on Amygdala. Actually became quite the fight in the end, when at first it seemed as though it was going to be pretty cozy, right? The start was very good for Showtime. He did a lot of damage early. He really deflected a lot of damage early as well. Really felt as though that was going to be a very comfortable one for Showtime, and Lambo made him work for it, made him sweat a little bit towards the end of that one. As we'll get ready for Leylines game number 2 here in just a couple of seconds. We'll see if Lambo wants to go towards the Swarm Horses again, or maybe he has some other plans. Get this kicked off just a few moments. See what we get, see what's going to happen. And thank you so much for joining us today, guys. Good to have you all with us. Some WardiTV November Group D action. At the end of the day, we will have our full playoff lineup set. Hero, Bjorn, and Shin already start in the round of 8 as they have qualified straight through. Ryung, Clem, Solar, Trap, Max Pax, and Gumiho are going to be filling up the ranks of the round of 12. And then, of course, depending on today's results, we'll have 3 more players joining that list. 12 players will enter the battle on Saturday, and 1 will become the champion on Sunday. That is how our WardiTV November will wrap up. Then we have WardiTV on Monday, Lima League Tuesday, and then it's off to Home Story Cup for an offline StarCraft 2 tournament. Don't we just love that? Absolutely. Top right, our red Protoss player. Up 1 game in the best of 3, it is Showtime. And the bottom left, our blue Zerg is Lambo. Drones producing, gateway coming up. Yeah, rough start to the day for Lambo. 0-2 Spirit, 0-1 Showtime. Obviously, it's difficult opponents, but I feel like Lambo's had difficulty just getting going in general, actually, has been one of his issues. And Hatch got some cool coming up, the drone's still coming in. Take a few moments to get settled down. Have you heard anything from Stats recently? It seems like Stats stopped playing, to be honest. I have not seen him play in a long time. Let me check his Aluki lock. His last event was the event in the Bellum Gens one. Yeah, that was the last one that happened. Okay, this is Bulgaria, right? Yeah. That was the last time he played. Yeah, he might just be taking some time off while there's no offline events. Might come back. Might not. Might be done. That's not good. 4 drones already going down. This Adept's getting a very good start. And again, the extra drone's coming up. The Queen is coming through. Nexus still coming up on the 3rd base. We're just going to have ourselves again the Nexus, the Warp Gate continue to build. The Oracle showing back up. Getting straight in there. A couple of Queens are going to push back away. Oracle's taking some damage. And 3 Oracles still coming through the Adepts as well. Oracles will activate. A couple drones going down so far. Queen just going to push back. Oracle's taking some hits. And that's coming online. Hatchery coming through. Depths will get rid of a couple more creep tumors. Just going to be seeing the Lings coming up, the melee upgrade coming about. Still got the Lair and the Bane Nest coming through as well. Adepts going to be there. Queen's going to fire back onto the Adepts also. Lings will continue to wrap around. Four Stalkers left. 1 Oracle died, obviously, as well, so we're talking about it. I mean, sorry, 2 Oracles died, 1 Oracle's left alive. Actually, to the point where we're going to build another Oracle again from Showtime. Bit of a better start from Lambo. Stalkers in the Oracle. Come back out the front. Skull's gonna fire a couple 20-second hits. Stasis Sword's catching. Charge, Stalkers, Temple Archives. +2/+1 on the way up. The Hive building from Lambo as well. 20 additional Lings and a few Overlords. All coming about as well. Our +2 melee upgrade and Muscular Augments coming about. Stalker's cleaning up a couple of those creep tumors as the Hive continues through. Again, Hydra Bane continue to produce. You can obviously see where Lambo's comp is going to go to. Showtime has a good response. I do like the Storm obviously coming up. Good against Hydras, good against Lings, good against Banes. He was building a Phoenix. I think he was a little bit afraid this might be a Spire, but upon confirming Hydras, he's not as worried. He cancels the Phoenix and he does not go into that. So again, a little bit of unsure as to what we're playing against, but for the most part is now getting the scouting done and it's able to go from there. As those Lings move about in the middle of the map. Stalker still coming up around the top, +2 melee. We've seen the Stalkers gathering. Again, a couple of Archons coming through. A couple of Stasis Wards in the center coming down. Big push from Showtime. That's why he's been seeing success in those previous games. Start pushing and just keep on that aggression. As for his Storms, he needs to be a little careful with his position, but the first Storm is extremely good on the Hydras. Holy. Now, that first Storm was so good, did so much damage. Crazy. More Storms going down. It's going to be seeing our Stalker Archon backing away, though. And you can see Lambo's supply is not exactly looking super promising at the moment. Hey, thank you, Invader, for the 10-month resub on the Prime. As a few more Banes crash into those Zealots. Let's do attack, about to finish. So Showtime's upgrades getting there as well. +3 melee, +1 Carapace gun is playing, all coming up. Adrenal Glands and Banes continue to produce as well, as our Ling's going to try and play the wraparound on those few Zealots. More Stalker going to be there, Ling's getting pushed back the other way. Taste what is going to catch. Hydra's going to get caught there. The Lane Bane moving about as well. Fleet Beacon is going to finish up again. +3 melee, +1 Carapace. The Kindness all coming through. We do have ourselves the Fleet Beacon about to be done. Bane's just going to get there. The Zealots are going to get wrapped around, so we're going to be able to clean those up as well. Bane's continue to roll about as our Hydras come through. Again, there is the +3, +2 upgrades as well. Tempest also on the way. Very similar follow-ups from Showtime as last game, just making the transitions cleanly. I'm not going to try head into the Ultras as a bit of a switch up for him, but I'm not sure that's necessarily going to do too much. The Storm goes down, a couple of Banes still crashing in. It's a lot of Stalkers getting hit. The Hatchery. It's low, but doesn't go down. We still lost 14 workers, however. The Ultra doesn't exactly last very long. So lots of Immortals there, just going to be hitting a few Zerglings. Things are up around. There's a couple of Immortals going to get grabbed. The Zealots continue to come through there as well. Just going to be seeing the units pushing through. I mean, again, a couple storms dropping. This really is just Showtime's game. I don't feel like there's been any part of these fights which Lambo's been able to really stand up in. A little counterattack, got some probes, but yeah. Another couple of storms come through. Lings and drones all getting hit. The hatchery will be going down in the near future. Showtime is going to take 2-0 in this series. So Showtime gets the 2-0 over Lambo. And we'll be moving on through to play against Q. We're actually going to follow Showtime's games. I think the Showtime Q one is going to be obviously very interesting because this is, I think, some people's kind of top of the group pick. Showtime definitely has been very good lately. Q, I'd say, has been a little bit more shaky lately as well. So we'll see. Showtime Q was always an absolute blast when it happened in the past as well, so also worth noting as we will get ourselves ready for that. Alright, Whispers of Gold gonna get vetoed. We'll get our next veto picked out as well. Storms are so good against I think Showtime is just in a good position throughout. Our sleepy puppy here, just to entertain between games. Couple of videos come through. Whispers of Gold and El Dorado. Got this Showtime Q match coming up in just a few moments. 4th series of the day already. We are speeding through today. We sped through yesterday as well. They apparently is also speeding. How old is the doggo? She is 3. Alright, waiting for our first map pick. It's going to be ley lines. I cannot type for the life of me today. Every time I try and type, it just goes horribly wrong. Yay. Alright, videos are sorted. Leylines, Amygdala, and then one of Snowpiercer or Ultra Love remaining. So we are getting everyone to ready. It's going to be Ultra Love to finish. Players are ready. 6 casters, I believe, is correct as well. Let's get into this. So, there's going to be Showtime versus Q here as we get into our 4th series. And we're going to have Showtime versus Spirits. A couple TVPs in a row as we continue to see how the Showtime matches roll out. We'll have Showtime Harstem after as well. So all 4 Showtime matches in a row, basically, with this being the second of those 4 right now. So that continues through. Guys in game. And we'll kick off into the top right-hand corner of the map, which is going to be our red Protoss player. It is Showtime. Bottom left, our blue Terran from Team Liquid is Q. Like I said, this is a very fun matchup between 2 players who played a lot of great series against each other over time. Never forget Showtime beating Cure in a TLMC, WardiTV TLMC tournament finals as well. That was a really cool win back then during the kind of Cure period of online dominance as well. Showtime really was popping. So we get this going. Ley line's going to be our map. Settle down.
Game paused.
I'm going to drop a little pause here. Hopefully not a major issue. Get this figured out nice and quick. Some lag. Alright, give it a moment. We'll try and sort that out. Alright, looks as though we're good.
Game resumed.
And we get back to it. Showtime! QA, game number 1. It's best of 3. Grenade goes down, Stalker coming back. It's gonna be having our Twilight Council coming in. Then you have a Stalker and a Sentry pushing that Reaper back out the front. One of my shot fires up, plays clean up. Just have ourselves the medevac and a couple Marines coming through for Cure to maybe get on the map and get aggressive. Just setting up there. Facing a hallucination, just going to move up, just going to follow the medevac, so that should some kind of a bit of an awareness as to where it's going to approach from. Also, may as well keep an eye on that more than anything else. Medevac builds a boost up into the main base. We do have stalkers in the main, though. Good deflection so far, very nicely done. Medevac boosts around the top, going to unload into the back of this mineral line. Probe's already in a little bit of trouble there. As we'll line up, bang, bang, and 3 workers go down. We should be able to save these Widow Mines. Oh, prioritize saving the medevac, and 1 Widow Mine will survive. Surely we do not get away with that! That was not a play cure. That was not the play. Brings the medevac back to save the mine, and I mean, it was like, it actually almost worked because Showtime did not think about it happening, so he didn't target fire it, but then he didn't pull it back again. He just let it sit there. A little bit of a mistake from Cure. Showtime is trying to kite against those Marines and the siege tank coming through the center. Oh, couple more stalkers go down. Tank shot was pretty sizable, as we're going to see Cure continue to push up to the top of the map. And she does get turned back over the right side as well. Has cloaking. A lot of just pressure and kind of attempts to push forwards here. Oh, Showtime again, just walking into tank fire, not realizing it. Just take some big hits before stepping away. And she gets up to the top. We have ourselves the again charge going through the Immortal Building. Robo Bay is about to finish with the additional gateways coming up as well, so we get all of that on the go. Well, again, Stim Combat +1 continues to come up. Going to be chilling. Extend Thermal Lance on the way up. Stimpack Combat Shield and +1 all on the way up as well. Plus, we'll move about. Stalk Sentry Immortal. Collect on the left hand side here with a bit of a larger push coming across now as well. Force fields will buy you some time. The tank's in a good position. Obviously buy yourself some time though, and you can make some things happen. The battery is about to go down in that main base. Just doesn't, but will be low HP for later. Potential will get back onto the natural. Probes continue to drop. 3-4 workers going down. We're trying to get up to the top side. Colossus, really good in these scenarios. The tank's actually kind of exposed on the bottom. Maybe just send some zealots down after those siege tanks. We lose 8 probes. Now Kira going to try and hit on the right side. Good force fields on the left from Showtime. Catch some of the bio. And get rid of a lot of that. The zealots, I think equal the tanks were kind of on their own, but the Marines made their way around to play cleanup. 7 more probes going down. Showtime definitely taking a bit of a beating to these units. I mean, all these drops have done a lot of damage, but we're going to clean up so much of the army supply. Maybe Showtime can just go straight across the map on a follow-up. Maybe there's some possibility there. Medevac loads, 2 Widow Mines go up the left side. Armory and Engineering Bay on the way up. Medevacs and Marauders coming through as well. +1 attack coming up, +1 armor finishing soon from Showtime, so you'll have those upgrades on his side as well. Mine actually going to get some probes there. Good split at the end. Is just going to go for the one single worker. Trying to step up. Results in the main base. The gateway coming online. Again, the Prism Stalker's coming through. Prism speed is on the way up as well. +2 attack will start. Cells will continue to charge up. Fire jump straight in. The battery going to take some damage. Again, the Zealots get back over there. Just going to be seeing the Medevacs get chased back away over in the other direction. +2, +1 on the way. They're going to play the even up on the upgrades. We'll trail on the +2 though. And Showtime's army looking terrifying. These 4 Colossus are going to be tough to deal with. You just got to round a store because they can help protect. If they can shoot down some of these Vikings, going to get 1 Viking before they even fire a volley. I mean, the 4 Colossus are going to be almost impossible to stop right now. What a great force field as well. Keeps so much of that bio back. Now the bio gets into Concave. This is where you will see success. Great pickup micro on the Colossus. You just get those back into the fight, although the Vikings should be able to start doing something here. No, Prism's going to go down. That's going to be the target. 4 Colossus still alive. How have we not killed the low HP Colossus? 26 STVs dead. And a disaster on the cards here for Cure as the Colossus still lived through all of that. That is truly spectacular. I mean, finally the Colossus goes down, but 3 still alive, regenning shields as we go. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Problems abound right there. Problems abound right there. Well, we do have the army of Showtime going to retreat away. I mean, he got so many SCVs during that, though. Kira is going to be in a bad spot. Showtime will have money to walk in with. His upgrades will continue to come through, as we've already mentioned as well. I can't believe that the... I mean, there's a point he actually target fired the Prism, which I didn't hate. But I think he should have killed 1 Colossus first, because there was 1 low HP Colossus. I think that was a bigger priority, because he could have just finished that off immediately. So let's see the Zealots and the Stalker troll about. Just going to be having the Medevac retreating away. Marauders continue to produce Marines and a Ghost. +1 ship weapons coming through as well. A couple of Vikings coming out from Kua. Okay, Ghost will gather out across this middle of the map. We do see a couple of disruptor shots are going to line up, and they are going to land on a puncher. Ghost Marauders as well, taking a beat to start. Love the disruptor going to the right side, finding the Marauders he's already hit. The Vikings will kite away, this time trying to find actually some Colossus kills. Going to get low 2 of the Colossus, but both of them will live, and the Zealots on the ground are going to be way too high in number. Showtime looking amazing in that first game. There was definitely moments where it got tough. The multi-prong started to do damage and so on, but he pulls it back, holds his nerve, and man, the push he had going on in the end was absolutely crazy. Alright, we're going to get into game number 2 of this in just a moment, guys. We'll get this kicking off in just a couple and head into Showtime Kia game number 2. Is going to be on Amygdala for the second map. Can Kia bounce back? Or is Showtime going to be looking good? Continuing to speed through our game so far today. Who enjoys disruptive design? Oh, that's a great question, isn't it? I love disruptive design. It makes me realize that Terran players should micro their units more instead of just expecting to A-click everywhere. Yeah, what do you think of that opinion? I just woke up and I chose violence. Dun, 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 dun. 6 casters, 2 players. Be able to kick this off and get this underway. Ready, ready. Alright, let's do it. Into Amygdala, guys. Get this one up and rolling. Thank you for joining us. Countdown concludes. We can go into Amygdala. Get this started up. Game number 2, Showtime leads by 1 if you're just turning the stream on. Where have you been? We've had some great games so far, actually. Been a lot of fun here in this Group D. Turn the music off. That's not what I wanted to do. As in the top right-hand side, looking to bounce back from the 1-0 deficit, this is going to be the blue Terran player, Team Liquid's Cure, taking on the 1-0 leading player, Showtime. He had a good start against Lambo, looking good against Cure. Could be waltzing to a first-place finish in this group if he keeps up this performance so far. Cracks coming through in the gateway building. Let's see what players have in store. I do feel like you're obviously, like I say, very aggressive opener. Just the moment that Showtime lives through that, his later game is so freaking good. Like, really freaking good. It's scary how good his later game gets, actually, a lot of the time. As our CC is about to finish, the refinery coming online. Continue to bring that up for the moment. Probe nibbling at that SCV. An orbital command coming through, the Marine in production. I'm probably just going to escape out. Again, reactor coming by, refinery coming up, factory coming through. The probe gets down to the bottom left-hand side. As that comes about. Twilight Council still building from Showtime. We get that on the way. Step just going to come across. Is going to be hitting a little shot or two. Well, Helene's going to fight, the Marine going to go chasing, the Adept taking some damage. Step continues to move about a little bit. Again, Blink coming through, Warp Gate coming up, Robo Facility coming by. And a couple of Hellions will see if they can do much going out to the other side. Hellions continue down at the bottom. Blink coming up, Robo Facility on the way in. Hellions get turned once more. A couple of Stalkers pulling back. Robo Facility coming through. Gateway producing. Got our Hellions on that watchtower. Going to continue to head forward as well. The medevac dropping in the main base. Let's see what we do then. Probes pull away immediately. Stalkers will have to deal with these Widow Mines. 4 mines. Adept is going to be good to block the Hellions. Good defense so far. Do not let your Stalker go down. Do not have Blink yet. Yeah, you can Blink now. Yeah, it's worth blinking, obviously, than giving anything else. There's going to be one more Widow Mine there that gets unburrowed. Everything will get chased away. Should be a full cleanup from Showtime. 3 workers, but you've killed everything. That's not even 1 probe per Widow Mine, which generally is like the baseline consensus of what you want to get. Plus, the Hellions were made and didn't do anything as well. I'm going to go ahead and say that is a pretty good... I'm going to say that's a very good defense, actually. Very, very good defense. Raven moving back around again. Observer probes all continuing through. Well, it's still coming about. There's the auto turret dropping back down. Stimpack and +1 still building. Our Stalkers in the main. Gonna start firing up a little bit. Auto turret onto the assimilator. Meanwhile, Stalker's gonna kill a refinery. They'll blink a bit deeper in so we can get behind the mineral line. Warps in another Stalker. I think we're gonna get ready to engage onto that siege tank. Showtime is gonna take a couple of volleys, and there is gonna be a tank behind it as well. Stalker's not super healthy, but he still warps into the main base. He's gonna continue to press this position. Getting up behind the mineral line again. A few more of those SCVs continue to drop. Orbital popping out a few SCVs as we go. +1 in stim. Still coming through that new tank. Gets dodged away from as well. 7 SCVs killed. Good job from Showtime. You're not really doing much on the back end of this. Couple Hellions out the front. A Raven in the back could maybe be a little bit useful, but has yet to really show its ability. Stalkers come through again. SCVs to be careful with. Factory lifts off, going to move away. Stalker coming about as well. Loads up. A few probes went down. Medevac's chilling up on the top with the Marines. Stalkers unloading. SCVs will take some damage again. Combat shell and concussor shells coming up. Marauder finishing. Medevac still building. Widow Mines too. The tank's going to get there as the Stalkers get pushed back the other way. 4 SCVs go down. Yeah, going to get rid of a Stalker in the corner. And this is definitely inviting Showtime to get to that full strength scenario. If Cure can't get across the map and start dealing some damage now, we're going to see Showtime get into as comfortable a position as he was in the last game as well. We're going to drop a panel on the bottom, extra Zealots coming through. Vex gathering biotanks. I'm going to bounce as we settle down to the bottom side as well. Fire going to shoot. A couple of tanks going to be there. The Stalkers will continue to blink back as Cure is going to get in position. It's a lot of tanks. It's definitely the difficult moment for Showtime. No thermal lands on the Colossus, so they are going to be low range. Prisoner to the top. Going to keep moving. I mean, in the end, Q actually backs away. I really felt like that was a moment for him to continue to push that position and do something with the tanks, but he clearly thought otherwise. He's going to play a bit more cautiously, and that gives Showtime the chance to get more splash up and running. I will shoot onto some rocks in the center. I will shoot. The Zealots get pushed back. The Vikings are continuing to sit overhead as well. Plus one armor about to finish. Prism is going to take a shot off the Widowmine. Doesn't need the second one though, and the Zealots will be joined by some buddies in the main base. So Kyo going to have to respect that, as he does have the main army out in the center of the map. The Zealots will meet a few units right away, but we'll actually still get quite a lot of SCVs. There's a couple of Marauders firing away. They do not clean up Zealots quickly at all. 14, 15 workers going down. What a force field! As we stop the majority of that army from taking part in the fight, the Colossus get to get a good few shots in as well. The rest of those tanks just going to unsiege and move elsewhere. We've seen our Colossus, our Stalkers continue to come through. It's a lot of bio continue to dive forward. Showtime needs these Colossus to survive, but he doesn't really have any support for them. Q is going to get there, man. What a push in. I thought this was the point where Showtime was going to kind of be reaching his safety, but too much lost, and Q again in a good position. It's going to take us to a game 3. Showtime going to meet some resistance here in the form of Q in a game number 2, and we will go to a third map. I believe it's Ultra Love for our third map. Yeah, Ultra Love to decide whether it's Q or Showtime to set up in a great position going into the going into the rest of this group. This is obviously our second series. Akua, he's already 1-0 in the group. Showtime is 1-0 in the group after beating Lambo. Definitely a very good opportunity for whoever wins this to perhaps have a run to go on and win the whole group. So let's see what happens as we drop our lobby link down. We will get this ready to party. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Gained a caster somehow. Alright, let's jump into it. Game number 3, straight in, guys. No delays. Alright, let's kick off and let's get this going. In the top right hand corner, we are going to have ourselves the blue Terran player. This is Kua. Up against the red Protoss in the bottom left, we have Showtime. It's 1-1 tied up, game 3 here. Ready to be played. That's an immediate lag spike. And we'll take a moment while that gets figured out. Alright, wait for the drop. Get into this game 3. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, not heard of that one before, guys. Not gonna lie. That's a very fresh happening. One guy lags out into the next guy lagging out. Are we just gonna lose everyone one by one? Who is next? Two for one deal. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Try this again. Hey. We survived, guys. We survived. We did not get caught up in the great caster shutdown of Ultra Love. Whew. Scary. Do, 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 do. Next is going to get Chrono Boosting away here as we get set up. Probes building on the Nexus, the assimilator coming through, gateway building. Wait to see where Showtime and Q take this one. Probe comes into the main base, scouting around in the natural. I'm just going to be seeing the Cybercore Nexus on the way. No surprises from Showtime. CC drops down from Kira as well. Having that probe coming back down. Again, the Adept coming up, the gate, warp gate coming through, Nexus halfway done, factory building from Kira as well. And the Marine comes out through the front, over to that right-hand side. Warp gate still building, the Adept on the way. Need to get this a roll in here. Adept's going to be hitting the SCV, going to go down. It's actually going to be a nice start just to delay that CC a little bit as Showtime will see the reactor on the factory as well. Another Adept is going to come about. Adepts is going to get there. CV will go down. A couple of Hellions will continue to fight as well, as you do see the Adepts getting chased. It's going to be two SCVs lost. The Adepts. Oh, they both die with the Hellion shot. I mean, they weren't getting out anyways, right? So, still nice to just kind of cool to see them die as they're about to shade. That's kind of fun. And a couple of Widow Mines continue to build. Just going to see the gates and the Robo coming up. Orbital Commander and the Medevac coming through as well. gates coming up as the blink is going to be ready, so Showtime can put some pressure on. He did deal with this 4 Widowmine drop and 2 Hellion attack very well previously. Let's see if he can do it a second time now. As the 2 Hellions will set up at the front, the Widowmines in the medevac, they're going to go boosting through. There is a wall potential there as the Stalkers are on the natural, but this time the Hellions are going to get in, so that's already a big difference to last time. We'll get rid of the first Hellion. We're going to get rid of the Hellions pretty nicely. The Widowmines now is a question of trying to figure out how you get out of here. Oh, we blink for the medevac. It's going to cost you a Stalker, unfortunately. That Widowmine there goes off. Do we have the blink? We do, and we are going to clean that up. Probes probably don't need to be chasing this down as they are. That's a lot of lost mining time extra when these Stalkers were just going to chase down this Widowmine anyways, so full cleanup. 2 probes only lost. We also lost a Stalker, so a little bit worse, a bit more lost mining time. So a little bit worse, I think, than the last time that Showtime tried to deal with this. Stalker's going to blink up in the main base. We're going to be seeing the Tech Lab taking damage. A few SCVs potentially going to take shots as well. A couple SCVs going down. Going to be seeing that starboard lifting up once again. Just backing out of there. The Marine actually trying to go in and get a little bit of something done as well. The Stalker's going to get over to the side. Marines and SCVs are going to come chasing down. While the Stalker's going to blink to the low ground as well. We're seeing a few more Stalkers warping in as Showtime will continue to fight. Prism Micro as well. He's getting a lot of SCVs here. There's only a handful of Marines. Unfortunately for Showtime, the Stalkers are going to be very low HP as well, so it's not going to be easy to keep them alive. But he's doing, honestly, a very good job of trying. Gets 6 Stalkers out of here after killing 17 workers. I'm going to go ahead and say that that is most likely going to be a win. That is going to be a very good position, I would say. Very nicely done. All right, well, Stalkers pulling back up to this natural. Bunker will fall, and the SCVs will continue to move on through. The Marines are going to continue to shoot away at those Stalkers. The Stalkers will continue to bounce back and away, trying to get out of there. One more Stalker taking a big hit off the siege tank. A couple extra probes coming through as well as our medevac, Marines, tank, and stim continue to produce. Stalkers is going to shoot away. Again, a few more Marines continue to back it up. The tank going to be there as well. SCVs keep on chasing. Here just doesn't have enough, and he's just never going to deal with the amount of Stalkers. Showtime ramping up the pressure, realizing what he could get done on this one. That's a 2-1 win for Showtime as he takes that win, and he will be now 2-0 in this group. That's a big win for him, actually, as he now goes up against Spirit. We'll get that ready to go in a couple of moments. So, Spirit Showtime up next. We'll take a couple moments, you guys. I'm going to be right back. We'll come back more StarCraft 2. And like I say, Spirit Showtime up next. Showtime now at the top of this group. And then we'll be going into Spirit Showtime and also Showtime versus Harstem, our next couple of matches when we return. Alright guys, welcome back. How are we doing? Thank you for joining us and staying tuned, doing some ad breaks and all of that goodness. Appreciate you being here. Alright, Showtime's here. And he's ready. So we're actually waiting for Showtime, guys. I took a little break myself, but we're also waiting for Showtime. But he just arrived back, so we can kick this off right now. So we can kick this off and get this underway. Getting into Amygdala for game number 1 of this PVT. So Showtime tops the group at the moment with a 2-0. Obviously yet to see any games from Harstem. Kua and Spirit are both 1-1. Both their Spirit beating Lambo, Kua losing to Showtime. Kua beating Spirit, and Spirit losing to Showtime as well. Oh, Spirit. Sorry, Kua lost to... You know what, I'm not going to even try and reattempt that one, because that was just wrong. What I... That was an absolutely horrific attempt. Spirit lost to Kua, but beat Lambo. Kua obviously then has beaten Spirit, but lost to Showtime, and that's why Kua is 1-1, and Spirit are 1-1. Lambo 0-2, Showtime 2-0. Harstem's games coming up after this series. That's where we are at in this group. I got myself so confused because I went from a Spirit match to a Kua match, but then the other Kua match is obviously the Spirit match, and then you know what I mean? In my head, that wasn't how it worked as well. Ay. Bottom left, our blue Terran. This is Spirit, and he is taking on the red Protoss in the top right corner of the map. It is Showtime. Cracks in the gas coming through, the engineering bay getting going, the gateway coming online. As we just settle into game number 1 of this best of 3, and we see where we're going to go to. So engineering bay coming up. Blocking that natural already. Spirit trying to take control of the early stages just a little bit here in the first few moments. That engineering bay block trying to do what we can. And yeah, just being a little bit of an annoyance. Rope moves about, just going to go back onto the SCV just for a moment. Command center is going to drop down on that natural as well, so the command center gets set into place, and the marine chasing back away as well is doing a pretty good job of chasing back over in that direction too here. Let's just take a few moments to settle this one down. Just got ourselves the Nexus coming up, probe, stalker, warp gate all continuing to come up as well. This other probe coming out in the other direction. Just going to get to the natural. Which is obviously on the third base because of the engineering bay block. Showtime decided not to go after the engineering bay, but just to expand elsewhere instead. That will be his approach in these early stages, and we go from there. Product Council building then. Again, the factory and the command center continue to build up as we go. So gonna shoot a few Marines. Gonna be getting hit. And we having our Stalker continue to go after those Marines. The Marines getting pushed back. A couple extra gates coming online from Showtime early. The Twilight Council is done. Blink will start. And yeah, he will be able to start applying some pressure on that one. So we'll get that set up. Cyclone coming out from Spirit can help a little bit defensively. Wouldn't say it's the best against Blink. It's kind of a nice one to have in case you're not quite sure what's up. I can't imagine he's going to be able to get too aggressive with that, though. Don't think that's going to be something that's allowed to happen. Having the Marines and the Cyclone pulling back through the bottom side of the map and just setting themselves up. Another, well, that battery is just going to finish up as well. It's just going to bring that through. So far, so good. Blink will be finishing kind of soon. The hallucination's still flying by. Our Nexus is about halfway done, and again, a couple probes continuing up as well. We do have our engineering bay and barracks still building. The Cyclone hitting that pylon for a few moments as well, so a bit more damage being dealt. We get back down to the low ground here with these other Marines to join up and to potentially try and make something happen. Stalker warps in, Sentry with it. Here's the Cyclone and Marines. Sorry, Siege Tank and Marines coming across the maps. This is where Showtime has to figure this out. Now, he does have Blink finishing soon, so you will have Blink to help with this, but that doesn't exactly make this easy. It's a lot of Stalkers, but you eat the tank shot a couple times, and that's pretty rough. Cancels the Nexus. I don't hate the cancel the Nexus, right? I mean, at the end of the day, as long as Terran's only just on that third CC now, it's better to cancel the Nexus than to kind of go overboard. Just the Cyclone dropping into the main base as we kind of scout through more than anything else. Rest of these units back away. Yeah, I don't hate it for Showtime. Like, you cancel the base and you just rebuild it. You don't lose any units in this process. It's not ideal, but I think it's very well handled for the position he was in, where he clearly wasn't quite ready to fight that straight away there. Yo, Zergberger, thank you so much for the 27-month resub coming in on the Twitch. Thank you so much for the support. You guys are enjoying the streams. Lately, this tournament as well. Do you consider dropping a sub on the channel, guys? It helps so much. Again, this is a WardiTV tournament. As always, we put more money into our WardiTV tournaments the more you guys support. That's why this event is over $1,000 higher prize pool than the October version of this event. So if you enjoy the stream, do consider supporting. It allows us to run more tournaments, more StarCraft 2. We are continuing to make as much StarCraft happen as possible in our currently extended off-season. So do consider subscribing and supporting. You need to do the other things as well if you don't want to subscribe. Obviously, liking and following and so on all helps as well, so thank you so much in advance for that. It's having our tanks settling down, the charge and the Colossus coming through. Cyclone locks on for a probe. Pull back, going the other way. A couple of moments as well. We've seen our Stalkers and the Sentries gathering up as well now as the couple Zelds will come across. Again, charge coming through, the +1 attack is coming online. Continue to get that underway here currently. Again, there is the Bioforce, tanks, Widow Mines, all the rest coming across the map at the moment. +1 attack and stim coming in, concussive shells on the way up as we speak. And that Bio Army getting straight over here at the moment. That tank siege and the Stalker's going to get turned the other direction, so a little bit of a push back the other way. Tank shots firing, a few hits coming through. I've seen the little bit of bio coming through there, knocking down that pylon. Showtime going to get supply blocked. Rest of those are still charging through. Stalker's blinking as well. This is a very comfortable fight from Showtime. It really annihilates the tanks very quickly, and the quicker you get rid of the tanks, the easier the rest of this game becomes. We blink forwards just to try and stay in range on the chase down, trying to do as much as possible. That Bioforce of Spirit getting chased away over to the far left. And that is going to be the Cyclone coming back in, of all things. That Medevac is going to take a couple shots, but the blink didn't take you far enough. That Medevac will escape. We don't mind drop, plus a... good split away. I was going to say, plus a couple of other units. The Zealots were there, but obviously the Widow Mine still got burrowed. They dropped in the great spots of just the choke points of the mineral line, so actually very good job, well done there. Like that a lot. As our other units sit out the front. Again, Depot's coming through, the Vikings on the way, Marine Marauder producing, +1 armor is on the way up as well. All of that still being brought into play at the moment. Yo, yeah, this is a couple of results. Thank you so much. First of all, JPC Gaming Live coming in with the Prime sub, fresh and new. Thank you so much. And also SR Fireball for the 59-month resub on the Prime, almost to the 5-year marker. Thank you so much as well for being a long-time supporter. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's Showtime. Yeah, I mean, getting his 4th base up. We'll see how Spirit does get into his own 4th base. Showtime starting his +2 attack as well, so continue to look good in upgrades, getting Prism speed. I love that there's Medivac with a single Cyclone inside. Probably one of the least useful drops we've got. And it's just holding Showtime's attention of a few of his units, and that's exactly why you want to keep units and Medivacs like that alive, because look at that, there's 4 Stalkers dealing with units that are essentially kind of dead weight anyways. So yeah, great to get something out of them as we do kill a Depot in the corner. Probes went down to another Widowmine that arrives on this base as well. All very superficial damage. This a little bit less so. A few Stalkers actually going down. The recall to get a couple out of there, but for the most part, obviously that was a little bit concerning. As the Vikings come through, the bottom server will fall. With a scan coming about once again. Bio setting up. The Stalkers are going to settle. Vikings going to chase the Colossus. Actually going to have to keep stepping back there. We're actually going to maybe be able to get rid of one. And Showtime definitely being chased. Being chased as a pros player is not a lot of fun because you're taking a lot of damage without dealing any damage. We finally turned into this, but we're going to lose the Colossus. I mean, with better target fire, they would have died so much sooner as well. Without splash damage, I do not think we can fight that army. Showtime's already evacuating the 4th base. And that was an absolute disaster for him. As we escape away. Disruptor shots again. Oh no, the disruptor shot's actually going to help Showtime out in a big way after a big loss for him. Vikings going to try and get some probes. I mean, okay, Showtime bounces back a little bit. The disruptor's helping in that. It's definitely a little bit of a troubling situation as the SCVs will begin to go down. Fire will fire. Just going to see the Stalkers coming across. A couple of those Vikings getting shot at. Files running up, the Medivac's overhead. Just going to be seeing a couple scans continue to come around for the moment. CT gets pushed back. Prism getting deflected. Showtime still in it then. As he resettles himself. Rock's getting knocked down by Spirit. And the scan coming about. There is another disruptor shot or two going to come in flying. Fire continues to step up. Nexus goes down to the top side. We're seeing obviously a big push in. I mean, we lose a base from Showtime. He's losing the base on the right as well. Some of this army is kind of in the lower hit points, but wondering if Showtime can make his way through those units just with a bit of splash. The problem's going to be the lack of kind of economy behind this, as we actually did apparently protect the Nexus on the right-hand side, but he gets overrun, and Spirit is going to take a game 1 off of Showtime. Well, there you go. That's a little bit of a result for us all. Showtime going to take a map loss to Spirit, and Spirit definitely showing his power a little bit after it started off pretty badly for him earlier today. We'll head into game number 2 of this in a second, which is going to be on ley lines. Yo, Lebanese Marine, thank you so much for the gifted sub going out to Von Rufio. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting the stream today. Thank you for gift now to sub. Now road back to 1,000 continues guess. Just taking around that 850. The only really nice part about our sub count right now is that we're not really due to like drop a lot of subs. Like, you know, a lot of the time we have like a bunch of gifted subs on, and then obviously they drop off. It's actually been a fairly quiet month in terms of like bonuses and stuff. We haven't done a single bounty this month or anything. So, suppose to move people around for a second, guys. Check our players are ready here. Get this going. Alright, players are ready. Get this kicked off. But yeah, we're not really due to drop any gifted subs or anything, which is like kind of, there's a couple of days, I guess, start of December, but yeah, kind of nice to just have a chance to build up the sub count more naturally for a little bit. So yeah, amazing to see. Thank you, Mucky, for the 107-month resub. Hello, you're a new sub. Good to have you, mate. You can use the emotes now. Yeah, so much value with the sub you've just invested into. Amazing. All right. 107, that's like a month away from 9 years. That's freaking crazy. Damn, Maku. Damn. You sub already mod. Yo, we don't mod people just because they sub. You can't buy yourself into moderation powers. You can be a mod without being subbed. Ay, ay, ay. Top right, our red Terran player is Spirit. He's up a game in this best of 3. Definitely a way to mix up this group. Spirit beats Showtime. This group's going to become very competitive, I think. This Lebanese Marine, after gifting their own sub, after gifting a sub, gets their own sub as well, coming in for the 2-month resub. Thank you so much. In the bottom left, our blue Protoss. It is Showtime here for game number 2 of Leylines. The Rift Guitar emote. I always thought it was such a good emote, by the way. Heavily underused in this day and age, unfortunately. But still a great one. Alright, alright. It'll take a few moments. We'll settle into Spirit and Showtime here. Spirit with that 1-0 lead. See the probe getting chased around by an SCV at the moment as well, so that is going to be a little bit of excitement taking place for the moment as well. We will follow that. Again, our Nexus on the go. Again, factoring the command center coming up as well here currently. Stalkers gonna make their way about for the moment. As we settle ourselves down, just gonna see that Stalker patrolling away here on the front. I'm just gonna see the reactor coming up on the barracks. Another starport will go down as well. And a couple more Marines continuing out for the moment. Now, Showtime definitely struggling to just kind of deal with some of these larger Terran armies at points. Sometimes it's just getting a little bit away from him, something he can't really catch back up on. Hallucination, taking a few more shots. Marines are firing. Hallucination is going to take some hits and go down. Obviously, good scouting information, though, for Showtime. Will be very aware of what's going on. Cyclone the Marines is going to be coming across down the bottom left side. Blink and the Nexus coming through. 2 more Stalkers producing from Showtime as well. The Cyclone locks. The Stalker will take quite a few hits. We go back and forth. Stalker's and a Sentry going to be there to keep that Cyclone pinned back. And Stalker coming about as well as the Medevac comes into the center. Raven coming up. Barracks on the way. Medevac will get to healing up a few of those Marines, so a bit more damage, a bit more healing being done there. See, this is the first bit of pressure. This is where the Stalker Micro comes into play in a big way. We are going to get the lift up into the main base. 2 Stalkers warp in there. That's going to be a lot of units out of position from that third. Medevac took a lot of damage. You're going to pull the probes to help against the Marines. Medevac's going to get shot at by the final Stalker that just got warped in. 3, 4 probes going down. Obviously, 4 probes ain't nothing, but I feel like that's a pretty reasonable defense, and you get rid of the units, right? So now there's no threat. You can go across the map. As you can see, gets rid of a couple more Marines as well. There's currently an unbuilt bunker and an unsieged tank on the natural. Blink done. Hallucination pops up. I guess the tank will get siege most likely, but there's just not a lot of units as the TLDR right now. Hallucination is going to give us the blink into the main base. Only 5 Stalkers here is, I guess, the only issue. As we really just sit on the edge. I mean, the tank siege is up quite far away, so you can ping at the starport, maybe force that to lift and reposition for a little while. The auto turret goes into the natural expansion. It's going to hit a few probes already. Stalkers will come through to fight that auto turret off, as the Stalkers here now hitting the starport as well, and continuing to work through that. Raven drops an auto turret down into the back of this main mineral line. Couple of probes getting picked away at. Barracks taking a few more shots. The Marines going to be firing as well. The other couple Marines stepping forward. Marauder Marine Stimpack continuing to produce right now, as we do have our couple of additional barracks continuing to build in. Orbital Command continues to come through. A couple of SCVs coming up as well. Engineering Bays will now produce. Flanking the Stalkers on Showtime's side, just out the frontier. Maybe looking for what they might get done. Again, charge is halfway done. Our Colossus still building. Gateway in the Forge producing on the side of Showtime. A couple of additional barracks are on the way. Stimpack about to be done. Combat Shield is building. Spirit obviously going to have a lot of power off of that. He salvages up the bunker as the siege tanks and Marines will step to the front. We got third base down here very shortly, it seems, and just sieging up the tanks in a very safe way. Observer will see the tanks. Will be able to see the distance at which they can fire. So Showtime knows what he can and cannot do with those Stalkers as he gets ready. I think just plunk a 4th base down in the 6 o'clock. Pop that straight down and go from there, I think, is going to be his intentions in the very near future. Units will gather. A couple of medevacs are going to pop out as well. Gonna drop the scanner in, potential to jump up in toward the main base. Let's see those 1-1 upgrades. Continuing through, currently about halfway done. Again, Marine Marauder tank all coming out. Obviously, this auto turret is nice as well. You keep that going throughout the course of this. It's going to be very, very fun as the Raven sits down on the bottom. Couple tanks at the front, just going to go gathering up. We'll see, this is maybe a time for Spirit to start moving out on the map, take the 4th base, push across to the other side. Could be an opportunity. TC just going to drop into the front. The Zealots and the Colossus continue to gather around as well. We will have Asami trying to figure out what to maybe do right now, as we have the chance to push up into that 3rd base. So Zealot's going to charge up. Just going to be seeing the bunker going to be taking some shots. The bio army coming across as well. There's going to be the bunker going down immediately as the bio continues to sit there. Marine Marauder not really close enough to do much. This base taking a lot of damage right from the get-go, and already losing the refinery and a couple depots on the edge. The tank's getting a little further forward. Does Showtime want to push any further than this right now? Or is he happy to just sit back and let things pan out from here? Here we go. Zealots are going to charge in, so we get a little bit of a blink forward as well. A couple of tanks going down. There's a lot of SCVs killed, if nothing else, but we do see a lot of the Terran army surviving through this. Good force fields to stop the chase. Showtime can actually hold position with this, and we obviously do still have the Colossus in general, able to fire from afar. Continue to do very well with that. I was going to fire. SCVs will take shots. Raven going to be chilling as the army is potentially going to get surrounded. I mean, Showtime's going to get attacked bottom side as well. If it gets eaten up by an anti-arm missile there, is going to recall into the Terran army on the bottom as well. So we recall into here, but that's actually a pretty good cleanup. That's going to be pretty cozy. Getting that forward 5th base up as well. Showtime getting that established as Zealots start a little bit of charge forward. Marauder taking some hits. Siege tanks firing back as well. Need to make some pushes. Reduce to the bio, trying to shove forward, get on top of that Nexus, try and maybe take that down. Pylon goes down, Disruptor shots are going to fire. A couple of units going down as well. Again, Disruptor's coming out, +2 armor coming in. Bio's going to get on top of that Nexus. That will fall. So got a Prism on the way through. There's the rest of the Zealots coming about as we go into the main base. So Showtime is defending kind of on the bottom side. I mean, he lost a base, but he's getting other bases up, so I don't hate it too much. He's dealing some damage now as well. So I'll say this is a fairly playable scenario. Oh, Spirit is actually still very much so on the bottom of the map, and Showtime is making a play across the other side. However, Spirit scans, and he will see the option to maybe get onto that forward base. Showtime going to start pulling back to deal with this instead. The tanks are quite far away, but they're going to start covering the ramp in the next few moments. So Showtime got to be careful about the fight he picks here. He's going to go for it. I don't necessarily think that's a bad choice, though, because as the tanks do a good job target firing the Colossus, I don't think it's a bad choice specifically because obviously this army has been down there not reinforced in a while. So Showtime having a full-strength army versus one that's not been added to in a little bit, that is something that then, maybe goes the way of the Protoss player a little extra. Another anti-armor missile trying to make those so that Showtime struggles to really get in positions to play the defense and just to do anything with his army. Trying to make that as difficult as possible. Again, +3/+2 coming up. Ghost, Marine, and Marauder still coming about. The shot, just going to fire. That's going to be the Sense Tower taking a hit. Again, +3 and +2 still coming in. The Ghost on the way up. Marine Marauder coming out. Still got Nexus building on Showtime's side. A couple of probes are coming up. The DTs around the bottom. And Evac will boost Marines around the right again. +3/+2, still building in. Is there no concussor shells? There is not any concussor shells, no. Oh, it's actually on the production tab now. Yeah, he's just now getting it. DT's obviously huge point of interest at this stage, can do a lot. Actually going to see the medevac moving around the bottom as well, so DT's doing some scouting. Spirit is looking to try and get a 5th base up. That's one of the things the DT's might try to deny. Gonna see the bunker taking a few more shots. And command center will drop on the right hand side. The DT gonna be there as well. Fire moving about. Just gonna see the couple of Vikings and ghosts coming up. +1 vehicle weapons and +2 armor coming in as well. Again, that +2 armor coming up. The couple of medevacs coming in. +1 vehicle weapons going to be a part of this. We're going to get the SCV, EMPs. Going to land in the center also. So those two Immortals in a little bit of trouble. Going to see both of those getting picked off. Showtime pulls back down to the bottom side. Again, a couple of disruptors coming through. Gateways coming up. Spirit continues to push across to the left-hand side. So again, just going to go on a shove. Both players maxed out. The DT is ready to counter. Obviously, there is going to be missile turrets and so on, and there is units left defensively. The EMP the Nexus, stop a recall into that position. The space is going to drop so quickly, though. I think Showtime's going to struggle to come down the ramp into this. He does get a lot of SCVs on the attack with the DTs, by the way. He got rid of the tank there as well, so he just ignored the turret, got the tank, and got everything else on that location. Now the scan comes through. We actually have Blink to get away as well, so 4 DTs, I think, get out of there. Showtime's still trying to obviously do that while handling this army on the other side. It's very dangerous. We all know how quickly a Terran army can jump on you, and those disruptors have to fire from afar as well. If they don't fire far enough away, then they're going to get jumped on also. So much danger. You've got to kind of tiptoe around at this point in these larger fights. They're going to shoot. Nexus goes down the bottom. Zealot's going to continue to charge in. Ghosts and Bayon's going to continue to get wrapped around. And that's just going to be seen how Stalker's taking shots as well. Zealots really do continue to just play cleanup here as the medevac loads up. We back away. Showtime with a lot of units in this natural. That's so many Zealots, and if you're just not handling that at all, that's so much economy we're missing. So Spirit losing a lot of those. Bang bang on the disruptors as our Stalkers will blink forward, get rid of the Viking. There's a huge Zealot warp in. 13 Zealots producing at the moment. Spirit shoving his way through this bottom side of the map. His base is really in disarray. That harassment at Showtime really has kind of crossed the tipping point where I don't think Spirit ever really recovers from it. So it is very much so down to this army on the other side. The bio hurt going into this fight. As the Zealots charge through, we kind of stop with the rest of the army. That means you don't have the buffer against the siege tanks that we initially had. So much of that army low. I think that should have, if everything else was chasing, I think that would have been fine for Showtime, but he let the Zealots go down first. Oh no, a nuke over here, and Showtime didn't see it. 25 probes go down. What a nuke. Out of Spirit as 26 workers will fall. He's now going to try and drop a few units up into the main base. Oh man, what a swing that is, because actually Showtime had, you know, a very comfortable economy before that. Now he's going to lose 30 workers. That's not something that's easy to rebuild from. At the state of the game that we're in, man, he's going to build 5 at a time, but even that's just money, you know. That's 1,500 minerals alone that Showtime then has to reinvest if he wants to get back to what he once had in terms of worker count. So Stalkers and Disruptors will move about. Army settles again. Observer speed coming up. Couple of DTs coming in as well. Those else is going to get jumped on. A couple of those going down. DT's going to knock down a base. The DT is definitely doing so much for Showtime. Once you get to a position in the game where DTs can be a major factor in PvT, they're just so powerful. So powerful. Get SCVs, the few probes continue coming about again. Marine Marauder coming up, couple Colossus still coming through as well. The Zealots gonna drop down into the main base. Couple of SCVs will be dropping. Therefore, this base has been a troublesome one to hold on to. It is forward on the map. I mean, Showtime's kind of working through the top of the map now anyway. He's going to show up here. This base of Spirit is going to be in a lot of trouble. We're getting to the point where Spirit basically just has to make it happen with one army. And Showtime just has to try and figure that out. Drops a Chrono Boost on that Colossus, try and get it out there. The Disruptors will be a factor. You kind of just enter a base trade. I mean, you'll get money back when that Colossus goes down and that Robo facility falls. Sure matters for Showtime. I mean, Showtime has just bases across the map. What he does need to do is start building production elsewhere, most likely. Just so he can actually make use of the economy he will continue to have. More down supply depot from Spirit as he tries to get unsupply block to build anything possible. Like I say, for Showtime, he's actually still warping in units. I mean, I guess, again, as long as you at some point do start to make progress into towards replacing the production, then that is fine. Those Disruptors are going to start hitting units in the corner. They have nowhere left to run to. And so they will get cleaned out, and that's why Showtime is going to pick up a good chunk of supply advantage. It's going to make a big difference for him as the Marine and a Marauder or two going to hit the cannon. That will fall. Nexus taking some damage as well. I mean, obviously full cleanup in the main base. Spirit going to float his barracks away. Showtime still has the top side of the map. 2 more gates and a Cybercore being added on as, again, the infrastructure rebuild begins. Showtime trying to tie up this best of 3. Disruptors landed on the planetary fortress. Gonna blink forward again. The orbital command still up in the skies. The Zealots are still swiping away. The DTs are gonna be there. This planetary is gonna have DTs blinking to the other side of it. All of the SCVs will go down. Spirit at 96 supply. Showtime at 150. Will pull away from the top. Just going to see our bio diving through. Battery, pylon going down. Disruptor shot fires. Rest of the probes coming across into that position. Another disruptor shot fires through again. The bio force still diving. Pylon cannon going down. The gateway taking some more damage as well. I mean, Showtime is going to be knocked down to essentially just the one base here. His army supply is 108 to the 84. He actually has a lot of workers as well. He actually has 2 bases, sorry. He has one off to the right side as well. I thought that was just his army. There's actually a base. He's going to drop one in the bottom right side as well, which is below a orbital command of his opponent. Spirit, he's been trying to build up depots so he can try and afford to build something, but with only 4 SCVs and not really any mining going on, that's going to become pretty tough to do. Disrupted shots. Not going to land. Pylon will get jumped on, taken out. The pylon gets jumped on as well. DTs are going to blink in from the other side. EMP hits the DTs, but not all of them, so some of the DTs live through that. Now we have the scan. Showtime just backs away for a second. It's kind of interesting because Showtime's army definitely benefits from time, right? You know, as he's going to come in and force that orbital lift. Eventually, he will also just win by having the DTs against someone that cannot scan and they can only EMP for detection. That's not a reliable choice. I don't think it really matters. I think Showtime has this one. 24 minutes on Leyline to see Showtime come out victorious and take this to a game 3. The DTs, Zealots, Stalkers, and Disruptors make their final stand, and it is good enough to stop Spirit from taking the 2-0. And Showtime battles back, and we will be tied up heading to our next game in the near future. They'll get into that in just a moment here, guys. Spirit and Showtime are all tied up. Our final map between these two will be on Ultra Love. Ultra Love is becoming a popular map 3 in these series, apparently. Again, after this, we will have Showtime versus Harstem coming up, Cure versus Harstem, Harstem versus Spirit, and Harstem versus Lambo. The day ends with Lambo versus Cure. So loads of games still to go, specifically moving our way through those Harstem matches following up from this one, as we will go into this final game of this PvT. I can say after this, we'll see if Showtime can I mean, let's see where Showtime's at after this. Obviously, Harstem left to play after this one as well. This group could end up in a fairly interesting place. A lot of possibilities as we put some invites around. Missing Spirit, pretty important part of the equation. Pretty important part of the equation, fortunately for for the fact that we're missing him. We do need him to start the game. Holy cow, that was a good game. It was a great game. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, Showtime playing later game PvT is always a treat, and Spirit is very good in those late games as well. Let's see if he can craft up another one of those coming into this one right now to get this going. Alright, countdown is good. We begin our journey. In the top right corner, our blue Terran player. This is Spirit. And he was not quite able to get the closing touches on that last game. I mean, he definitely had moments where it looked very good for him. He put his opponent down to a lot of base, a very low base count as well. Showtime, though, able to withstand, hold on, and again, the later it goes, the better I feel for Showtime, especially you start getting the, DTs into play. I think that helps a lot. Do. So, and Showtime get to 3-0. Will Spirit get to 2-1? It's actually a really important game, you know, right? I mean, Showtime 3-0 has the potential to beat Harstem and then just win out this entire group straight up. Doesn't come down to any tiebreakers. Spirit, win this. You're 2-1. Your destiny is in your hands as well. You've got Harstem left to play. You could go 3-1 if you win this. Actually, as Spirit. You know, there's a lot of potential up in the air right now. Have you seen that? A depth coming about, we'll get coming up. That pile on the top side, maybe Showtime going to be a little bit more aggressive this time. Adept is going to be shading through the center. It's going to go straight across there. Get into position. A couple of Marines going to be there. Push the Adept back down the low ground. A couple of gates are coming up as well, so we bring that all into play. Council building, and that proxy pylon just being for one of the extra gates that Showtime can get some aggressive warp-ins going and try and get some damage done off of this setup. Okay, gonna pop through. Poly Council coming up, Adepts are coming in. He's going to fight. A couple of Adepts starting to go down. 1, 2 already dropping. The Marines will continue to chase. The Adepts are going to shade through. A couple of SCVs continue to fall as well. Good damage being dealt. And Showtime's Adept's going to back it up. The Blink has started back at home, so he gets that underway. We make our way over into that, so get that on the way up for the moment. Blink coming through, the robo facility is coming online, a couple of probes are coming up as well. Adept's going to go sit out over the right hand side. And that robo facility will finish in a few moments. The Blink continues to get online. Stimpack, Engineering Bay, Barracks all producing. Get out. Marines going to get over and they're going to go straight after the pylon. That's not going to be a warp in to save that pylon, so that's what's going to get depowered, and that is a gateway down. It's a little bit of a shame for Showtime early, an investment that does not really go anywhere for you. Not really achieve much. Not the greatest of situations as our Stalkers gather up. Stalkers around the bottom. Again, Blink about to finish. Robo Bay continues to move on in. Stalkers gather up. Just gonna see again the Stimpack combat, +1 concussive. Only upgrades from Spirit that will give him a good shot at hitting some timers and getting into some positions across the map as well. The Marine Marauder needs to gather around. Adepts very good versus Terran. Early game Adepts are pretty good. I mean, sometimes the glaive attacks can catch you up on off guard, but if they have a wall, then Adepts are very bad. Adepts kind of stuck versus Terran because they can't close the distance a lot of the time, but if they're going for like an all-in, like gonna shade on top and just commit to the fight, you can do okay. An early game, a few Adepts can be kind of okay as well, right? Because they do trade well against the early game harassing units. Yeah, the later the game goes, the less you're going to want Adepts in this matchup. Charges on the way, +1 attack, and the extended thermal lance building as well, so we continue to bring that over. Some Medevac boosts over the far left-hand side. Bio Medevac's continuing down to the bottom. Medevac does get shot down. The Stalkers are going to be there, getting a grab. Goes down. The Bio will continue to be there. A couple of Zealots are going to be taking some damage. You're just going to be seeing the Widow Mine's going to aim at some of those Zealots as well. The probes starting to drop. 5, 6, 7 workers dropping at the moment. I mean, this is a good drop. In fact, it's just too much. Showtime just dies. Gets shut down initially, and Spirit wastes no time at all coming across the map and showing Showtime that you can't mess around early in the game, or it will all go wrong. So Spirit gets to 2-1. Spirit is a series away from being 3-1, and no one is undefeated in this group anymore apart from Harstem, who's yet to play his first match. We're going to jump into that first Harstem series now with some PvP. Showtime versus Harstem, and then we'll go Harstem versus Secure, Harstem versus Spirit, Harstem versus Lambo. So we're going to start with some of the tougher matchups for Harstem as well. I mean, like I say, Spirit 2-1, Showtime 2-1, Cure 1-1. Now this group has potential to really continue in a very, very fascinating manner, honestly. This could be very, very cool. Alright, we're going to go into our PvP here. Going to start up on ley lines. Let's get this ready to roll. Some ley lines action for this PvP. Give us a moment, guys. It'll take us a little bit to do some hosting. So yeah, all the Harstem matches now coming up. Let's see how that turns out for us. Bam, 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 ba, ba, da, da. Showtime wins this. I mean, he's still in a very good spot as well. 2-1 right now. You can still get 3-1. If you beat Harstem, he's the only person who has not lost a series. There's a pretty good chance you make it through. Spirit, obviously, map score could become a factor as well. Spirit's on a worse map score than Showtime at 2-1 right now. So Showtime gets a 2-0 over Harstem. First place in this group is going to be maybe not guaranteed. QA obviously could win out maybe and go first place, but I'm going to put him in a pretty good position. Oh, some Rex. Now let's get into this PvP time. Harstem and Showtime. Let's see what Harstem has to bring to the table today in Group D of the competition. Can he upset Showtime in some PvP to begin with? Alright, so let's jump into this. As we have in the bottom left-hand corner, the blue Protoss player. This is Harstem. And in the top right, our red Protoss, we have Showtime. Game number 1, best of 3 PvP. Of course, PvP is such a fun matchup because there's no battery overcharge anymore. Drop our first gateway down on both sides of the map. So gateway's going to get into position here and get that going. And kind of just expecting 2 gates. Not really expecting any of these guys to try to go for some kind of 1-gate expansion play. They're not called max packs. And if you ain't called max packs, there ain't no reason to be trying to do 1-gate expands in the world of PvP. So just a couple of thoughts on that. As that probe comes across again, the gateway coming up, the assimilator coming through, probe continue to produce, a couple gates coming about. Cybercore's coming up. We do see one pylon already coming into the top side. Just going to get straight into that one. And that is going to be some aggression from Harstem. So he's already looking to apply the pressure here early on ley lines. Try and get something done in the early stages of the matchup. Showtime sounds like Santa's gamer tag. It's funny. Stargate building from Showtime, so just very standard expand Stargate from him. This was 1 gate from Showtime actually, so not 2 gates, and so Harstem, with the Robo facility coming up, to me this is an ideal opening. He's going to be aggressive against a guy who's trying to go into a 1-gate expand. Now, the Zealot is going to find the proxy robo, so Showtime is going to benefit from his scouting. He will see this. He can go straight towards the pylon. This forces Harstem to, at the very least, get a second pylon on the go at some stage. But, yeah, he's actually going to observe it first on the robo as third gateway starts for him. We do have our... Okay, cancels the observer and goes Prism. The Void Ray on the way up. The Void Ray... It's obviously a unit which we've actually discussed with Harstem a lot, and he says he really thinks that this Void Ray should not be able to do too well because it relies so much on the battery overcharge, more so than what we have now, which is the energy overcharge. So he does not think this Void Ray defense should be all that great. Let's see if he is correct in what he says when he's casting with me, or if he's just talking nonsense like he usually is. Let's see if you can break through this Void Ray-based defense that Showtime sets up for. Prism will be out. That's going to give you a lot of micro potential here as the aggressive Protoss. And of course... Yeah, could add on some Immortals behind that. Voidray actually gets damage onto the Prism to begin with, but it doesn't take serious damage. It doesn't take anything beyond a shield, so that keeps you in a fairly safe position. Twilight Council drops down on the main base. And the sentry gets warped in. A couple of Zealots spread out. A couple of Stalkers coming about too. Stalker's going to move across. Void's going to take some damage again. Let's see our battery taking a couple hits as well. Like I say, these Voids right now is not really the moment where you want to be trading as Harstem. Go save that Stalker. Every Stalker counts. Stalker number is the most important part of this. You get to a Stalker count eventually here, which allows you to one-shot Voids. It's actually going to go Twilight Council as well, so maybe even into Blink. That's going to be a little bit slower in terms of being able to get the Stalker count up, because you're not on a 4th gateway, but you will eventually have Blink to then make it more easy to jump on those Voids. Like I say, these trades already not going after the Voids, but going after some of the other units instead. Initially looked like he wanted the battery, but that doesn't matter. Good pickup micro on the Stalkers. Harstem. Holy goodness, who taught this boy to micro? Actually does very well there, lifting up a lot of his Stalkers. He's only lost one. That is a fantastic showing for Harstem so far. Stalkers keep on warping in. He looks to bust through the front. Of course, we've still got 3 Void Rays as we step forward again. We're getting to that point where we can one-shot Stalker. Okay, I don't like this. This is going to be 3 Stalkers for 3 Stalkers. In fact, it's going to be 2 Stalkers for 3 Stalkers. That was a bad trade for Harstem. Especially because, again, it's not necessarily the Stalker count of Showtime, which is really concerning for him. More so what's concerning is the Void Ray count. You want to have enough Stalkers to one-shot the Voids through batteries, so the batteries don't get a chance to heal. If you can do that, you're going to have success. But right now, that's not necessarily what's happening based on what we've just been seeing. Stalkers will continue to move about. Let's see our battery taking a couple of shots still. We go back and forth. The Void Rays activating to chase those Stalkers away. Prism will unload a few of them. The Blink is going to be available in a few moments from Harstem as well. Our Pylon also coming up. Pylon and Robo Facility coming in from Showtime. Stalkers will step through that Blink. About to finish. Like I say, that Blink's been what we've been kind of talking about for a while here. If Harstem's going to make this work, it's going to have to be with the Blink. Can't really wait too much longer. I mean, we're getting to the stage now where you've got to be starting to make some plays. As the Stalker step up, there we go. One-shot the Void Ray. That's why the Stalker count's so important. But good force fields keeps you from one-shotting the next Void Ray. Not all the Stalkers got to hit there. Harstem gets a Void Ray so far. Can he keep up with that sort of momentum? Robo on the way from Showtime. I wonder if that should have come in sooner to transition into the Immortals earlier. If he gets the Robo early and he already has an Immortal, I think Harstem is actually in a lot of trouble. Now he's going to start blinking backwards. There's going to be Void Ray number 2 getting shot down. Trading with other Stalkers currently as he's definitely getting the job done. The Blink is just so powerful. I do not think we have what we need really here is Showtime. And Stalker has to blink back as well. Another Stalker warping in. Immortal is producing 3 more Stalkers on the way out as well there for Harstem. Bringing those through. Diving forward again. There's another Void Ray going down. My goodness, it just keeps on happening. Keeps on just getting Void Ray after Void Ray. I mean, to be fair, that's expected. Like I said, I think Showtime, with the time he had here for Harstem to get the Blink, I think he should have had the Immortal and Robo production available to him a little bit sooner. As the Stalkers continue to pressure, and they are going to get this Nexus. Harstem up about 18 army supply. Now equal on bases. And Showtime, not really much to show for this at the end of the day. I mean, he's got 1 Void Ray. Now got 1 Immortal too, but I think this is way too many Stalkers. We're going to blink in. The Immortal is the target. It goes down in 2 volleys. And at this point, you don't really care about 1 Void Ray. It's never going to really be enough. There's another Immortal popping out, but it's not going to have any support. As Harstem, I think, is just going to keep clipping his way through this game. Number 1, he's going to get a 1-0 lead over Showtime. This could put the group in disarray, by the way. What if Showtime ends up in 2-2? This group could get very chaotic in terms of who may advance. Pylon taking a few more shots as well. The Immortal Stalker Sentry gathering toward the ramp. I don't think Harstem needs to necessarily back up or anything either. I think he's okay because, again, the Blink Stalkers can just trade so well. I don't think there's anything wrong with just continuing to spam Stalkers and keep on trading. You could argue maybe you could just fit a Nexus in, stop one warp in, and just go, but I think either or both are decent options. There is one fake Immortal here. Harstem is no fool. He has an Observer overhead. One shot, one shot, one shot. Well, okay, one shot, two shot on the tech units. And Showtime has to type out GG as the Blink Stalker one base is good for Harstem to take him into a 1-0 lead. Game 2 coming up. We're going to go to Amygdala for our second map. As Harstem takes first game. Everyone invited, so we should be able to get straight into our next game here in just a couple moments. Get this going. Kick this off and see how game number 2 goes. Do 8 people. Perfect. We're good. Going into Amygdala for map number 2. Harstem on a 1-0 lead over Showtime. Can he keep that going? Will Showtime bounce back? So many questions to be had. So we get ready to bring you guys more games and more action. Let's go into the top right corner with the blue Protoss, who leads this by a map at the moment. This is Harstem. In the bottom left, our red Protoss player, this is Showtime. He tried to go for the 1-gate Stargate opener. Harstem has told us he does not think that's something you should be able to get away with anymore in PvP. It's going to be one of the casualties of the battery overcharge going. Good riddance, it's gone. The game is so much better off without a battery overcharge. Can we just come together and say that? Like, this game is so much better without battery overcharge. If 1-gate Stargate expanding in PvP is a casualty of that, I do not think anyone should be upset about it. Like, good. Like, oh no, we lost a build, but the entire rest of the Protoss matchups get so much more better to watch. I think we take that. That's definitely a positive in my opinion. As our Proby comes around that right-hand side, Gateway Assimilators all coming up. Depends on the balance of the other matchups. Yeah, but I mean, Pros have been doing very well on the PTR. Honestly, if Pros maintain their performance on PTR to live, then I think it's absolutely fine. Energy Overcharge is very good as well. It does cover a little bit of a different kind of set of builds, which is, you know, going to benefit from Energy Overcharge over what benefited from Battery Overcharge. I think Roach Ravage roll-ins and tank pushes will be more lethal. I mean, we've not really seen that, though. We've seen Pros be absolutely fine defending tank roll-ins and Roach roll-ins. I mean, I personally didn't understand how Pros was going to live through a lot of those, but we have seen consistently Pros players being absolutely fine against this aggression which people were afraid of, so... yeah, I think so far seems fine. Unless people just on purposefully not killing Protoss and playing 200 IQ mind games literally to make sure that Pros just can't win anything still. I just don't think that's happening though, right? Surely we're not that much of a set of conspiracy theorists here in StarCraft. Stalker Sentry versus Stalker Sentry. First second Stalker from Harstem is going to get the Sentry, no other unit. That means a slightly faster Nexus. Didn't Trap just get Roach Ravage all in by Shin? He just won. Yes, well, I mean, that also happened a lot of the time when you know, that also happened all the time when there's battery overcharge. Sometimes you get Roach Ravager all in with battery overcharge, and you still just lose the game, right? Because there's more to Roach Ravager all-ins than the battery overcharge. There's also knowing it's coming, preparing your static defense, being in the right position. You know, there's a lot to the game. I would say generally over the course of the PTR, though, that basically the way people talk about battery overcharge is that because battery overcharge isn't there, it's like Protoss have no chance against these all-ins, and that's just not being true over the course of the PTR. Yes, sometimes these all-ins are still going to work, but that's actually been the nice thing about this PTR lasting so long, is we've seen a lot of games now, and I would not say that the Roach Ravager all-ins have gone significantly up in usage, and I would not say they've had significantly more success when they've come about either. And I'm surprised by that, because I really thought battery overcharge was a necessity. But no, Protoss have really been able to hold their own, and they've really been able to be pretty fine from what I've seen. Yes, I don't know even know how many games we casted now, but it's been a lot right now. Hallucination, just going to move around in the main base. Stalkers and the sentries just going to fire up. Hallucination will go down. Charge, +1 attack coming through. The Immortal is building on the side of Showtime, who gets himself charging +1 as well. So both players doing the same thing, only Harstem doesn't have a robo facility. That's generally not a good thing, as Showtime is clearly just kind of a couple workers ahead and going to be ahead on tech as well. So this is a very good start from Showtime so far. As the hallucinations come flying about, once again we do see the +1, we do see the charge coming in, a couple of gates coming online, robo facility coming through. That's the archives from Showtime. Definitely going to be ahead big time on the tech. Going to have Immortals over Harstem. Going to have a fast attempt archives over Harstem. Wonder if there's a timing window Showtime can hit and to take advantage of that as well. Stalker Sentry's on. He's going to step forward from Harstem. He's going to clean up the rocks. I wonder if he's going to aim for the gold base here. Just going to knock our way through those rocks. We do have a pylon going down. Third base is going to come up in a more normal position from Showtime. If Harstem really tries to take the gold, I'd be impressed. I'd love to see what he tries to do with that. See how well he defends it as well in the center. It's not been a blink opener on either side, so there's not a lot of range units that can really control the middle of the map. So maybe you really are okay in that scenario to actually get that gold base up and running. Hallucination comes around the left. Hallucination just going to chill there. We do see the Hallucination in the center going to come about. Stalkers and the Archon will take some shots. Hallucination going to be kind of low, but is going to survive to get through to the main. So Showtime is going to pick up some further info based on that right now. As our Archon will just knock its way through the rocks, open up this 9 o'clock access point. Those rocks drop down. Again, more units coming across. Heading straight to the far left-hand side. A third base already up from Showtime. Is Harstem really going to try and beat an aggressor here? I don't think he has any advantage over his opponent. He's straight up just got a worse army because his opponent has 3 Immortals and he does not. There's no way anything else makes up for that. He actually has an extra Archon, now a 5th as well, so he's going to have 5 Archons versus 4. Okay, you guys take 1 extra Archon or 3 more Immortals? I take the 3 more Immortals. Battle count is even. Stalker count is not really going to matter here at all. It's low enough that it's just kind of inconsequential on both sides. Harstem, I think you're crazy if you take this fight. +2 attacks done on both sides too, so there's no upgrade lead. There's nothing wrong with just standing here, though. You know, he doesn't have to fight. If he just stands there and threatens a little bit, gets himself his gold base, he's able to mine from that throughout this, then that part of it's obviously very good. In his Zealot Archon heavy comp, our Immortal's really better. Immortals are just super tanky. I mean, basically, when you just look at these armies, they're exactly the same in Zealot count as well. Showtime has more, and he just has the 3 Immortals. Immortals are just very tanky. They will last a long time because they're not going to be getting hit by the Zealots, so they will just fire a lot of shots, and they will have that tankiness nature to them. So typically, I'd say no, but it's not like Harstem has like plus 15 Zealots to make up for it. So apparently, none of this is going to matter. Is now going to enter a base trade. So yeah, I mean, maybe if Harstem was like, if Harstem had like 10 more Zealots and then he didn't have any more, I'd be like, okay, I could believe, but yeah, I mean, the Immortals are just going to be good bulk units, and if it's not cost Showtime anything extra to have them, then it's just amazing army. Obviously now in a base trade, the Immortals will chunk a little harder as well. We'll see how both of them manage this base trade. Showtime has a lot of other units to come join in. He already has probes across the map as well, so that's amazing. He has the money to build a Nexus. Harstem, does he have structures on the map? Does he have probes on the map? He's got 6 probes, 5 probes remaining. I think they're all in the main base. Oh, Harstem just lost the game. Harstem is... Oh, Harstem just... He's just going to straight up get eliminated. This is not even close, no? Am I missing a structure? No, right? It's literally just these units. Oh, Showtime... Showtime left. Showtime's going to go protect his Nexus. I mean, Harstem is about to be revealed. When Showtime realizes Harstem's revealed, he's going to be kicking himself. Because those are literally the last structures in the game. Harstem does have to go and clean up the Zealots then that are working his way through them. Okay, Zealots just going to go clean up. Showtime's army is a little bit stronger still, I think. You're not going to start fighting. Obviously, army position matters a lot here. Getting those Archons to get involved. Harstem gets more of his Archons into the fight initially. Showtime has the Prism Micro alongside Harstem. Both of them micro this back and forth, but I think this is actually a scenario where those Immortals actually do a lot of chunk damage throughout this fight, and definitely help to make a difference, as Harstem is just not going to have enough. If Showtime had just never left the main base, he would have won anyways, right? Is what this comes down to as well. So Showtime wins the fight, but I think he... Yeah, I mean, he didn't know. Maybe he assumes that there was a probe on the map and so on, but... Yeah, dipping from the main base so soon gave Harstem at least a chance. Unfortunately, he cannot turn that chance into a true opportunity. Let's go into our next game. If Ultras move units out of the way, shouldn't Archons and Thors do the same? I imagine the logic is because Ultras are melee units, it's a buff to them for them to move units out of the way, whereas Thors and Archons do not really need that to the same extent because they're not melee units. That would be my assumption on that one. Never leaving the main would be in a stylish way. Yeah, I get why he did though, right? Like, he's got a Nexus to defend, and if he gets that Nexus cancelled and he has no base, then he's in trouble. Then he might have to be aggressive into a base of his opponent, so I get it. It's just, obviously what we can see is not the same as what Showtime can see, right? And so that makes what we call out a very different call out to what Showtime is going to try and do, you know? We head into Snowpiercer for this next game. In the top right, we do have our blue Protoss. Took the first game, lost the second. It's now 1-1 in this series. It's Harstem in the top right corner from the Shopify Rebellion. Bottom left, our red Protoss is Showtime. There we go, Chrono boosting up on the Nexus. We get that underway. We do have our gateways coming about. Probe heads to the upper right-hand side. Harstem going to play the no scout openness. Just going to be a little greedy here as he drops the second gateway down. He'll just have a few more minerals on his opponents. He'll try and take advantage with that. Probe around the top, getting the Cybercore building. No more attempts of one gate expanding either. Kind of worth noting after that first game. Showtime still in the Stormgate clan? I don't think so, actually. There's the probe moving about. Have ourselves the Stalker and the Sentry coming through, the Stargate building from Harstem as well. Getting all of that up and rolling here for now. Probe is going to come about. Hallucination on the way. We start to see our hallucinations to check what's up. The Adept from Harstem, he's going to go Adept Stalker versus the Stalker Sentry. Showtime going to be the one on one base, dropping a Robo down. Harstem does also have the Stargate built, just on one base. So I think Showtime's a little afraid that Harstem is going to be aggressive at first. He's trying to figure out what's up. Now he'll see the Nexus. Obviously already committed to the Robo. But yeah, Harstem hiding the Stargate off to the side. Going to be able to get those Oracles going and see how much damage you can find off of those in these next few moments. So getting those Oracles out, the Stalker and the Adept moving about. The Adept shades up. Good Sentry Force Field, going to keep that Adept pinned into the base. And Adept is going to fall. And the Oracle of Harstem continues to make its way over to the bottom left-hand side. Maybe moving in there in a couple of moments. Oracle pulls back again. Twilight Council and the Nexus. On the way from Harstem, he will get into some Blink play most likely. He could skip the charge maybe. Okay, I think it's okay just to go Blink off the Stargate though. Extra gate starts there as the Blink starting. Oracle's flying around, Stalk shots going to be taking hits. Just going to be seeing the Amp Gateway and the probes continuing through. Hallucination going to go scouting around. Caught in the Forge, a build up from Showtime. It's going to get both of those on the way out. A couple probes are coming through. Pylon is going to produce. You have the hallucinations going to start hitting the Oracles here, and again keep track of those for a little while as these Oracles have not really found much at all. Showtime loses a couple probes, but the Oracles is going to hang back and not go overboard. A little Revelation went down as well, so they can keep track of the units that are in the natural. Showtime will be able to get the Immortal up, make use of that Robo facility, and he's going to head into the Twilight Council as the next stage of this game. So he will actually with the Immortals be able to maybe skip the Blink and go kind of like the last game straight into charge Immortal Archon. He will have the Forge already starting up the +1 attack upgrade too, and there is the charge. Let's see, Harstem is going to be later on the +1. Again, a little bit more gas investment on his units from now on because he's going to keep building Stalkers for at least a little while, and those Stalkers will have a role to play. As they get Blink, they will want to harass and at least do a little bit of something in these early stages. We start to press forward to the bottom left. A couple Oracles overhead. Blink is going to finish. There is a Stasis Ward coming down. The Pylon, Forge, and Nexus all coming through. A couple shots coming about. Sentry's taking some damage. Again, the Force Field there. The Oracle will drop the Revelation down. Still got our Prism starting up. The extra gateway is just coming through. Again, charging +1 coming around. The same coming from Harstem on the other side. The Oracle will still just get a Stasis Ward in the center. We get to the bottom. Stalker's going to move. Oracle's going to be there. Again, the extra gates and the Temporal Archives all coming up. +1 in charge. Going to finish very shortly. Another Oracle going to drop a Stasis Ward down again. +1 charge. Next is continuing in. Extra gates are building up, so a few of those are on the way through. The assimilator building in as well. And +1 charge continuing by. The Immortal gets a shot off. Stalker takes a hit. Revelation goes back the other way. Mortal Archon still going through. Additional gateways coming by. The Stalker just blinks back a little further. The Oracle's still setting up. Maybe a chance to go dive into the main base here in the next few moments. So just going to get ready to hop straight on up that. I like what Harstem's doing, kind of like slowly kind of threatening with the Stalkers. Look at that, Showtime. Very aware of the Stasis Ward. Pops it immediately. Pops that one too. Not going to let that dictate where the game is going. Yeah, really good usage of the Zealot, just popping those Stasis Wards. Just don't give Harstem any advantage where he doesn't need to be given it, right? It's a very avoidable thing, and so far we're doing some good avoiding. Stalkers keep moving back around. Again, the High Templar's coming up. The +2 attack is on the way. Archon's going to morph. Harstem skipped a base here to go to the bottom right. I wonder if that was a... I'm actually not sure why that was. I kind of missed that, but... Yeah, I wonder if he's just doing this because he wants his opponent to keep on not having good scouting and just maybe miss the fact he's on a third already. So yeah, Harstem takes that base down in the bottom right. He obviously has map controls, so you can kind of get away with it. Another Stasis only on a couple of Zealots. Great job by Showtime. So many Stasis Wards, not a single one lands a big connection. Showtime sets up with the Prism. It's going to come across, potentially hit the main base as we do start to swing around the bottom from Harstem. See if there's an opportunity over there. He'll also blink up into this main. And the Stalker Oracle can press through. Pylon will go down to the Stasis Ward, so immediately just counterattack. And as soon as Showtime steps on the map, Harstem says, cool, I've got mobility to utilize. He's going to do exactly that. Denies the +2 attack upgrade as well. That's a great catch. These few Zealots get onto this Nexus. Now, you see the Zealot warpens into the main base. Harstem will have to respond to this. He's losing a lot of probes. The Stasis actually did connect in the main base, though. 3 Immortals get caught. 3 Immortals getting caught is an absolutely huge deal as the recall goes off. We actually lost a lot of pylon coverage here, so we're going to lose our gateway power and our forge power, so that is a reason you've got to recall home. You don't have enough warping power anymore to keep that going. Harstem will be able to reestablish his pylons. He will get those gates back. He will get the +2 back on the forge. He will maintain that upgrade lead then once that upgrade completes. Romus going down in the natural as well. I mean, Showtime definitely got worker kills, but they're both on 46 workers here. Showtime now moving out once again. Again, he does not know about this bottom right base, so if he hits this base thinking that that's the third, he might be in a rougher position than he's thinking. Obviously, that could be a cool trick by Harstem. As these Zealots are going to charge up, Pylon in some trouble. The Oracle's on the bottom side there as they're going to take a couple of hits. Harstem is going to show up to try and defend this location, and Kaji has a lot of Zealots. His Archon count looking good too. The Zealots of Showtime disappear. Without Zealots, I don't think we can really push our way up this any further. Let's quickly jump to the sub. Thank you so much, Dundas, for the sub. Welcome to the Wardy family, and thank you so much for supporting the stream today. Really appreciate it. Well, Harstem is able to play defense here, and he is going to keep that base alive. So getting up to 4 bases, Showtime seemingly just going to keep going. 53 probes from him, so actually has a worker lead. But now not going to build any more and just going to keep building units. Down on that +2 attack upgrade, though. Down on army supply. I don't know if Showtime really has what it takes to break through a defensively placed Harstem at the moment. I do not think he's going to get there. Do not think he's going to get there. Just having our units continue to move about. The Prism in the main going to drop a couple of Archons back in. Okay, well, good harass from Showtime again as Harstem has to go peel away to deal with that. Should be able to get the Prism, right? We're so close, but we're not going to get it. And he spends time chasing it too, which is time not spent working on the Zealots and so on already. Nice Stasis will catch a few Zealots here at least. So something of a little bit of soul going on. Archons keep pushing through. Again, Archon getting picked up. That's a good fight from Harstem. Cleans up a lot of those tech units. He's got units on the other side as well. The Oracles are going big on the third base. 12 probes dropping dead. Huge. Oracle's going to bow. Zealot's getting caught. So he's just going to shoot, just going to jump down that low ground. Zealot's going to take some damage. Oracle's going to dive into that main mineral line, just going to go straight through the probes. I mean, have to warp in Sorgers against it. At least Showtime's about to get his +2 attack upgrade, but Harstem is on a 30 supply lead. And what a position this is going to put him in this game. Cleans out the Prism as well, or in this group. Harstem's first match of the day. If he actually closes this out against Showtime and gets a 2-1, and then Showtime would be 2-2 in the group as well. This could end up in a crazy manner. Oracles will move about. Just going to see the +3 attack coming in, the probes and the robo facility coming up as well. A couple more cannons. We're going to get produced along as well, as Showtime will move around the left-hand side. Archons are going to come stepping up. Just going to move down to that bottom left. We do have the +3 attack coming in. The robo facility is about to be done as well in the natural. This army of Harstem ready to go attack onto this force, it seems. I mean, like I say, he's had this base up for such a long time. Showtime ever see that base? He still never saw it. Man, I wonder if Showtime ever realized it was up. Like, you know, before he gets the replay of this game. Because, yeah, that's kind of been a big deal. I wonder if Showtime just felt as though Harstem was on 2 bases for so long that it gave him way better options in terms of attacking and getting something done. Obviously, it's a big way to misread the game. And it is down to Harstem kind of taking the gamble on the base setup, and it definitely paying off. 2 more High Templars warp in. Again, +3 attack will finish soon. A few Archons are coming up. Probes, cannons, all on the way in. The Prism coming up as well as we head around the bottom. Some massive Archons on the bottom side. I mean, Showtime holding out, trying to just... I mean, he's waiting for Harstem to attack into him, but he can't take a 4th base. Harstem is going to attack into him with the massive Archons. 16 Archons, and it's a sea of blue out in the open area. And as the rest of the Zealots coming across, going to get into the front. I mean, they're going to melt. Harstem just maintaining a 40 supply lead as we are going to get through. And that is going to be that. GG on the board. Showtime is going to tap it out. Nothing to stay in there for. And that is going to be Harstem with a 2-1 victory. We are going to get this group into a pretty crazy state, right? I mean, Showtime's going to be 2-2. Harstem's going to be 1-0. So, Showtime 2-2. Spirit 2-1. Cure 1-1. Harstem 1-0. Lambo currently 0-2. A couple of Lambo games will come in at the end. We're going to have Cure versus Harstem up next. This is a massive one. If Harstem beats Cure here, he would get to 2-0. If Cure beats Harstem, he's 2-1. In a prime position with Lambo left to play. Lots of very important results and games still to come here in this Group D. I'm going to go grab a bottle of water, guys, and get a drink. While we set up for our next matchup, which is going to be the Harstem versus Cure series. We're going to get Harstem Cure on the way. And we will go from there. I'll just show you a break screen because I want to go grab myself a drink, like I say. So we'll come back in a couple of moments. And we'll be back momentarily. See you guys in a sec. Welcome back, everyone. As we dive into ley lines for Cure Harstem game number 1. That's way heavier than I thought. Let's jump into this next best of 3. Bottom left, our blue Terran is Cure. Top right, our red Protoss is Harstem. Harstem gets a win over Showtime. Cure, I think coming in, Cure would have been the other favorite in this group. So let's see how that goes. As we get up and running, Harstem and Cure underway. What do you guys think? You guys think Harstem's got a shot against Cure? That's going to be interesting to see. I feel like if we get past the 9-minute mark, 9 minutes for me is, I think, where Harstem gets to a point where he can actually get into a good mid-game, good strong mid-game, and really see some success. So I'm going to say about 9 minutes. If you can get there, I'm going to like Harstem's chances. I don't think he's a favorite to win necessarily after 9 minutes. I just think that's where he's best going to have a chance in this game. Obviously, Cure, so good with some of those early timings, so good with some of that early pressure that he can apply as well. Those are definitely going to be things to keep our eyes open for here as we get into game number 1. Nexus goes down. We are going to get the factory from Cure. He's on double gas already. He'll go high ground CC, it would seem, with only 3 workers on the double gas. So CC after factory here. Does mean he's a little bit more aggressive. Does have that little bit of pressure he can apply on that factory being done a little earlier. I'm going to go into the reactor now. This is a Reaper as well, so the Reaper can come on the map. We do have that probe to keep an eye on over here. It's going to come in, maybe just scout. Maybe will get used to build something. I think it's actually just for a scout as the Reaper comes across the map. And we'll go through this natural and potentially into the main. We'll see how Harstem deals with it. Probe is indeed just going to scout the CC, and it is a low ground CC in the end from Cure, so that's on the low ground as he starts up Widow Mine production. And waits for the reactor to be done on the barracks, starport building as well. Even back in the center, starport coming up. CC coming in, the Widow Mine producing. STV and Marine all on the way through. The Reaper is going to come back and intercept this probe, so again, probe picked up some info. Turns around now. How much did the probe see? Yeah, just the natural, not much else to see, but knows the CC is building, so that's good info. It's not a one base. You see the time of the CC as well, so you know the factory timing too, so Harstem gets some good information off that probe. The station moving about. The Marines will be there. Again, the warp gate is about to finish. The Stargate and the gateway coming up. Nexus is about halfway done. Our Marines will be there to push the hallucination off over to the side. The medevac going up to the top. And the Widow Mines will continue up to the top as well. So Stargate about to be done. Gateway and the Nexus coming through. Medevaco is going to turbo in toward the main base. Hallucination going to be there to hit a bit further. Cloaking, Siege Tank, Marine Banshee, all of that on the way. The medevac is going to take a turn into the main. 2 Stalkers get there though, and that medevac is turned away immediately. Siege Tank producing, Banshee building. Phoenix still hitting the medevac for a little while as he's going to go boosting once again through Widow Mines in toward the 3rd base location. Just going to unload all of them. And the Phoenix gets kept back. There's the hallucination going to fly forwards, and that's just going to get blown up. I mean, good defense, right? As it should be when you're playing with any sort of a, you know, Phoenix defense. Not sure if we... I mean, I guess, sure. Why not tank a shot on the Phoenix? But, yeah, anytime you're playing with a Phoenix defense, like, you're meant to have a very good pushback, and this is exactly what this has turned into. You know, we're going to clean up that Widow Mine. This Widow Mine is actually maybe going to get away. Got a Marine tank force ready to push up as well. Also, we'll see as the Phoenix move onto the map. He should see it at least. He flew past it. Did kill that Widow Mine, so it did not get away truly. In the end, it did go down. That's good, because obviously you let that get away. That's a little silly after having such a good shutdown on it otherwise. Stalker Sentry still sitting in front of the third. The Phoenix will move around. Marine tank with the medevac overhead going to come and rejoin in the center of the map as well. Marine tank Banshee all producing a couple of barracks and gases on the way from Cure. Engineering bay going to be done fairly shortly. Force fields don't really do anything there because you can just lift up over the force field, so a little bit of a panic moment I think from Harstem is the Scripper units will get onto this base and probes will begin to go down. The Sentry does not want to fight on its own accord. I mean, the Zealots do not have charge and they will not have charge for a long time. It's Cure. He's killed 10 probes already, so this has been a fantastic start from him. He's in the main base of the Banshee, that's where 4 of the kills have come from. Obviously the rest coming in from the front. This has already turned into a little bit of a disaster for Harstem as he warps in a few more Zealots. Still what feels like an eternity away from charge. It's actually like 25 seconds or so, but you kind of got to fight right now. Tank's target firing the Stalkers. Cure. He's killed 16 probes at this point. This Banshee number 2 gets 5 kills. At least the Phoenix will clean that up. Obviously, because the Phoenix are away dealing with the Banshees, they've not been here to help with this fight, which finally will be dealt with. Cure is kind of going to drop down on supply a little bit here. I mean, he gets cleaned up, but so much damage done. Harstem's done a great job producing probes. Going to come out ahead on workers after all of that still. Wow. How is Cure not in a better position? I mean, his resources lost is even, but he killed so many probes during it. He killed some army as well. Base just finishes in time for Cure as Harstem comes over. Cure's honestly not in a good spot after that. That is wild. He's got all of his upgrades on the way, but not many units to use with them. I'm genuinely a bit perplexed. Well, Oracle will continue to move about. The Sentry and the Zealots gather together. Stimpack, Combat Shield, Concussive Shells all build through. And just having our Phoenix and our +2 armor on the way up on the Forge. That's going to get Corona boosted. 4th Nexus on the top side from Harstem will continue to build on the 12 o'clock as well. Well, we're actually going to come out of this with the Harstem being in an okay spot. Was it so committed? I just needed to do more than it did. I feel like 17 probes is a lot, but I guess you do commit to Cloak Banshees. You do lose all of your siege tanks. Yeah, I guess when you kind of put it in that perspective, then yeah, I mean, I guess it's... I just thought he did enough, because he killed so many units as well. Now Harstem with the charge is going to be so good against this lower bio count. Medevac's being hunted by the Phoenix as well. Good Widow Mines at least burrowing up. They will scare the Zealots away. Next Zealot's going to charge across. Harstem going to try and keep looking for opportunities to dance into this army of Cure at any point in time. Look for that option. See if it's an available one. Coming back around the center, just going to see the Phoenix still going to be there. And +1 armor on the way in from Cure. The army going to step up. Couple sentries. Oh, he actually targeted the one with Guardian Shield, and he does get it, but lifts up the Widow Mines as well. Gets rid of those. This time Cure will have units to chase with. I'm a little worried. He lost some medevacs, and armies, you know, not... Medevacs have energy right now, but obviously you stim a lot, you fight a lot. That medevac energy will disappear. We lost a couple medevacs this game, so just something to keep in mind. You've got to be somewhat careful with how often you stim and how many fights you try and find. A couple of things you got to be, like I say, somewhat aware of is the rocks will get taken out in the front. The Zealot Stalker, what are we going to do? I mean, I don't think we needed to send a Zealot down the ramp there. You knew the rocks were dying at a pretty decent pace. I'm not sure that really gives you any info. I think you maybe didn't notice, because he sent 2 Zealots out at the same time. think just trying to establish map control again. Shuts down the Widow Mines before they do anything. The Phoenix is going to be left to hit the Medivacs during this. 2 Medivacs pulled back at beautiful timings from Kure to keep them alive and keep them healing in the back end of this fight. That's actually very well done. Not easy to do in the speed of the game. 10-minute marker though, and Kure is going to find himself the third base. Continue to press forward. Going to keep on chasing down. A couple Stalkers will be dropping. Colossus hold the natural for the moment. So many Marauders, scary to kind of keep pushing through, but if we can get a few Zealots in front, maybe we can stop this attack. On the other side, we are going to see 16 SCVs going down. Harstem, one thing he's always very good at is counterattacking and finding times for these Zealots to get across. And that's a perfect example of that, the Prism being utilized well. That's a lot of SCVs killed. That's going to slow Kure down just when Harstem needs it. He was starting to be in trouble, and he forces Kure to actually come back home, pay attention at home, retreat home. These are things which he really needed, especially after losing that third base. He'll try and re-establish that. The work kills obviously help him to kind of sustain through losing the third base as well, so Harstem might not be in as much trouble as it initially seemed. Playing the +3 armor already, so again, very tanky Zealots. It's going to be one of the things that continues to help him is no 2-2 from Kure, and look at the armory timing so far away. So 2-2 is going to be an eternity away. Harstem's going to have a very good upgrade lead for a significant portion of this game. That's going to continue to help him in a lot of the skirmishes and fights that will continue to take place over the next few minutes, I imagine. That's a big deal. Definitely worth noting as the Prism pulls back, the Zealots overhead, the Phoenix going to get a lift on a Marine. When we get down to the bottom, the Oracle will just drop a little Revelation in as well. Dive through, the couple of Marines go down. We have our Marauder going to take a few shots, a couple of Ghosts are going to take some hits. Also going to get the Prism speed, going to a 5th base as well. Clearly not worried about kind of keeping on expanding, keeping on playing these later stages. It's been a wild game. It really felt like Kure did so well initially, but didn't do enough, obviously, based on what the final result was. And then Harstem has done actually a good job taking fights. And then obviously, as he lost his 3rd base, he was able to find damage himself again. He's done just about enough to stay in it at every point so far. We see our Stasis Ward in the center. Got to be careful about that. Somehow we work our way perfectly around it. That could be really bad for Kure retreating, though. If he runs into it on the retreat, maybe that would become costly. As we are going to see Colossus stepping forward. The Vikings do not even get that first Colossus. That's going to be rough. Oh no, this Stasis Ward is going to be absolutely massive, isn't it? He's going to run right into it. Half the army gets trapped, and Kure is going to get chased away. Oh, it's so sad that he missed the stasis initially. I think it would have been better for him to walk into the stasis attacking in. Not now when he's trying to retreat out. He's going to lose so many of those units already. And then Harstem can just turn around and pick off 2 Ghosts, 3 Marauders, and all the rest. We blink forward for another kill as well. Top side, a little bit of Bioforce going to be fighting the Phoenix, which took an EMP. The Zealots going to eat an EMP as well. We are going to still take that fight. +3 armor against +1 attack. These Zealots are going to be tanky even without the shields. And they are able to at least hold their own a little bit as they force the kite back. The Phoenix able to step through and get the Medivacs. Again, the upgrades are a big factor at the moment. 2-2 is about to finish for Kure to undo some of the advantages that Harstem has. Then it'll be only 1 armor upgrade in the lead for him, but yeah, that fight right there is a great example of the upgrade advantage that we mentioned a couple minutes ago still being in place. Plus a Stalker Zealot gathering in the middle. Heading down the bottom. A couple of SCVs going down. Command Center going to get lifted up. CC will take a lot of shots. It's going to go down as well. The Vikings chase through. Stalkers going to get rid of a bunch of those Vikings. A lot of Vikings continue to drop down. Disruptor firing forward as well. Harstem is probably going to lose. Surely we lose more than just the one Colossus, right? Man, Terrans today are terrible at killing Colossus. I feel like Spirit had similar issues earlier. Thank you. Yeah, Colossus are just... Today is the day that Colossus live, apparently. So we'll get 18 SCVs picked off. Another Disruptor shot fires through. Another Disruptor shot, not quite good enough. The Planetary Fortress being a defensive stance as well at the moment. So step up is going to be seeing the Disruptor shots firing as well. Actually hits a nice Disruptor shot in the top portion of the Bioforce there. Kira still trying to step through, still only on the 4 bases, going to keep on eating Disruptor shots. Still 2 Colossus in the back. They've been champions of this game. 8 and 11 kills, I don't think does them justice for how important they've been. The Disruptors keep landing, and Harstem's army is going to stand the test of time in the middle, I think. A Marauder on the top side does not get the Colossus. It will defend itself, as now he accepts those Colossus back, and these Colossus continue to farm, and he's going to get the GG as his harvest. Harstem is able to take game number 1 of this best of 3 against Kira. What an absolutely grueling affair, though. I really felt like Harstem died in this game a couple times over. But came out alive and just about okay still, somehow, some way. Honestly, pretty amazed that it ended up the way it did. Because I really felt like he was dead, you know? Like, there was multiple moments where I was like, oh, that's a rough push. You know, that clearly hasn't worked. But no, I shouldn't have doubted the captain. Shouldn't have doubted the captain. JT Souls, thank you so much for the 40-month resub. Welcome back. Appreciate the resub. Good to see you. Thank you so much. It's the November of Harstem. Yeah. Well, maybe we should just call it the November the, what day is it today? The 19th? 20th? 20th, right? 21st, oh my god. Maybe we should just call it November the 21st of Harstem so far. Yo, what a great position he would be in if he could close out this series and beat Cure to go 2-0 in this group with Lambo and Spirit left up. I would be such a believer. I would be such a believer. Holy goodness. Colossus HP and shield changes a big deal. Yeah, you know what? I actually didn't really consider that, but we have seen Colossus on the PTR really be more survivable. That's one of those changes that was like, okay, I see what you're trying to do, but like, it's whatever. But actually, it's not whatever. It's actually really notable. Now that I think about it, I've seen so many Colossus survive on the PTR compared to usual. That's crazy, no? Huh, what a fantastic change that apparently has become. As we head into the bottom left-hand side with the 1-0 lead in this series, our blue Protoss player is Harstem. In the top right, our red Terran from Team Liquid is Cure. We get this on the way. Excellent gas going through. You can see our gate and our simulator coming up. Maybe the players just got better at focusing Vikings. Did they, though? I feel like the Viking focus has been there, but it's not always been amazing. Yet the Colossus survive a lot at the minute. I think it's more likely the change, considering it's really been notable since the PTR. Like, I'm thinking about it, and it's like, really, on the PTR, the Colossus seem to be great. That's wild. What changed with the Colossus? It was like, basically they have the same overall health, but instead of, they have less shields and more HP. So overall they have the same amount of hit points, but when you EMP them, they have more health remaining, basically. And then obviously shields, actual hit points are affected by attack upgrades as well, right? So, or armor upgrades as well. So it's also a benefit of that. So you have more time where the Colossus are essentially tankier. With battery overcharge gone and Colossus falling off once Vipers, Vikings, and Corrupt is on the field, maybe you should just give it a flat 50 HP buff. Yeah, but they're already much better just by changing the shields to HP. Okay, genuine question. I see a lot of people consistently very upset still that Protoss don't have battery overcharge. Do you guys think Protoss is in a bad place on this patch? Because all I see is people complaining about Protoss being weak still, and yet we've consistently had Protoss players have very good consistent results on the PTR, no? Don't think any of us can answer that with a valuable reason. Yeah, but like all I see is people complaining about Protoss. I really think Protoss have been in a better place. A much better place. Don't think the changes are exciting as a viewer. Well, yeah, I agree with that. I think the changes were... I mean, like, obviously battery overcharge being gone makes the game better to watch, but yeah, the changes were not exciting changes. They were small attempts at making the game trend in a better direction, right? 4 probes go down here as Harstem does just eat up some damage early in this game. 5 probes going down. That is pretty brutal to just the 2 Hellions that run by there. People just like to complain. Well, yeah, I know, but... So wrong. Look at any premium tournament. No Protoss anywhere near the quarterfinals. All Terran and Zerg. Yes. All of those premium tournaments that have happened on the PTR. Thank you so much for your valuable insight. Ay, ay, ay. Forward of Mine's going to come drop into the back of this natural. As the first probe will get blown up here in a second. Gonna see a hallucination flying through. Another one. Only one Widow Mine left to fire. We're actually going to save all of these as well because Harstem has not wanted to step into reach. He's going to save 3 of the Widow Mines. That's pretty good. You only get 2 probes, but 2 probes, 3 Widow Mines still alive. Medevac gets to linger there. I think that's a fantastic position. You haven't had any big tourneys on the PTR, so you don't think anything's going to change when those tournaments happen? Yeah, I mean, maybe not. I think the problem is, though, you're going to have a big tournament. So, you know, we go to Home Story Cup next week, right? And what? You're going to have the fantastic representation of Protoss, which is Showtime. Now, Showtime is good, but, like, Showtime is not one of the players that we're expecting to come out and, like, win tournaments necessarily, right? Like, he had a great run last Home Story Cup. He nearly won last Home Story Cup before the patch. But, I mean, he's going to have the opposition on the likes of Serral and Clem and Raynor. And is there another Protoss at Home Story Cup which you look at and you think, yes, he could go win the whole thing? I mean, I don't think so straight away. So is that going to mean that Protoss is bad because Protoss isn't going to win Home Story Cup? That's the problem. That's kind of the problem with trying to balance around all these different things. System Combat +1 all coming through. Our 3rd Nexus in the front from Harstem getting set up as well. That's just the only Max Pax is actually good and he doesn't play LAN. Well, no, Hero's very good too. Hero was very good in eSports World Cup. He was very, very close to beating Serral in that series. And maybe if he goes through in the different side of the bracket, maybe he has success against Dog. Maybe he's in the finals. Obviously, he got destroyed by Clem in the semis. Clem was unreal that tournament, though. So what I'm saying is, we'll never know until MaxPack shows up. No, I mean, you can see it from Hero playing as well, and I think you can see it a lot of the time when Classic and Trap play as well, because they're also getting very good. I'm just saying, at Home Story Cup, we don't really have any of the Protoss players who you'd expect to be up towards championship caliber, right? is the problem. And like Showtime is a good representative, but I think Showtime winning Home Story Cup is still very much so an upset than a, oh yeah, he's the kind of player that could go out there and win it, you know? Is Home Story Cup going to be played with this patch? Yes, absolutely. All right, GG's, and that's going to be Q winning this game. This one was kind of set in stone from early on, I think. You saw it was not really going well for Harstem. Gonna go Whispers of Gold for our game number 3. So Q gets the series tied up. It's dumped aside because Showtime's a Pro player. Ay, ay, ay. When is Home Story Cup? Next week. Next week. Game 3 set up here, guys. Alright, we got... We're missing someone. Who are we missing? God, I knew I misclicked, actually. Does Maru still play SE2? No. Maru officially came out and said, I'm signing with Vitality until 2026 to be a professional, not StarCraft 2 player. Yeah. He said, quite frankly, I'm going to sign with Vitality because I know there'll be no tournaments. And as such, I will represent Vitality in all of the upcoming Premier tournaments currently announced, such as none of them that currently exist. Yes, Mary still plays. He just doesn't have anything to play in right now, so you're not going to see him play until there's a tournament for him to play in. I love this question because I love this question because I appreciate it's like it's maybe confusing. You've not seen Mary play for a while, but it's like there's just been nothing for him to play in, and I feel like that's fairly obvious as well. Like, is the expectation that Mary suddenly plays in like the $100 cups and stuff? Probably not, right? So yeah, I think you guys will see Mary soon. So, sure, there is, I know, some things in the works that Mary is likely to play in, so let's get into this. As in the bottom, top left-hand side, we are going to have ourselves the blue Protoss player, Harstem. In the bottom right, our red, Terran is Team Liquid's Cure. As we settle in and get underway. Nexus Cybercore coming up. Just going to be seeing our CC going down on the natural, so you get that ready to rumble. SCC just setting up, and you have a probe in the bottom left. Gonna go moving around a little bit as well. Okay, coming through and getting set up here. Just getting settled. And we see where game 3 takes us. Just gonna get that. Probe goes down. Just gonna get back to the center. Is coming through, a couple of probes going down to the grenade, going to drop, and those probes keep on being bobbed. Stalker's coming through, Reaper getting chased. Reaper gets out, it's going to be seeing the Stalkers coming around, and Stimpack coming through, Widowmine on the way up, Starport in production. We do have the Reaper continue to come about a little bit. Just going to get back up the left-hand side. Reaper grenade goes off. The probes continue around. Again, Blink is halfway done. A couple of gates in the Robo facility continue to come around for the moment. Reaper gonna shoot. Probe's gonna take some damage. Just gonna see a couple Stalkers hitting the Reaper. Again, Blink coming up. The Prism on the way. Stimpack, Marauder, Medivac continuing about. Stalker's gonna get that to clean the Reaper out as well. Harstem just gonna sit at the front. Medivac and a few Widowmines coming up that right-hand side. It's going to be seeing the Nexus coming through. The pylon is building. And our Raksnag gas coming up at the moment. Widowmine's going to drop in. A couple of probes are going to get blasted. Medivac still in the high ground. Just going to try and save, but cannot get there. We do have our Stalker. Oh! Oh! The probe got in the assimilator to play the getaway! Harstem dodges the Widowmine shots, taking shelter in the assimilator. Beautiful. Stalker's just chilling. Prism on that right-hand side. Stalker in the center as well, hanging about for the moment. Nexus is about to be done. Just got ourselves a charge coming about as well. Keep that going in. Sentry +1 attack and combat shield all coming through as the Prism gets ready to unload in the main base momentarily. Bio unloads, heads into the main mineral line, so that's going to be a good drop as Harstem did not see that one coming. He has nothing in position, has to drop the recall. That's 5 probes and a recall used to not clean up anything. That's obviously a very good start. Moving back up to the top side, Medivac over on the left. Again, combat shield +1 and concussive shells coming in as well. Stalker's just going to blink in, that Marine goes down. So Stalker's going to go after the Medivac. going to be a full medevac going down. So that's something from Harstem at least, but Army comes up the right. Stalker's just jumping through. The siege tank is going to go down. The Marauders are going to be there to fight. I mean, we get rid of the tank, but the Marauder army is just really good because this is purely Stalker Colossus. Everything takes bonus damage at the moment. Cure turning this game into a good spot for him. Harstem only 3 workers ahead isn't super pretty. There's a couple Stalkers step up. The tank is going to be there. Main defensive. Rest of the bio coming around that right side. SCVs are going to settle as well. Bio, medevacs, tanks, all gathering still. Just going to see the rest of the bio coming around. The left-hand side, a Marine comes about as well. Just going to be seeing the Marine nibbling at the probes. Just seeing our Zealot Stalker taking those few Marines down the bottom. Shots going through. I mean, Colossus Micro is decent. We're going to get another tank back. Let's go down. The Marauder's trying to carry. I don't know if the Colossus have enough support. We can pick up in the Prism, but it's not going to be good enough. Colossus fall. A few Zealots show up, but now the Prism dies as well. Harstem going to say GG as this one is indeed going to come to a close. Cure takes game number 3 of this best of 3. Alright, so Cure takes the 3rd game of the series. And he is going to get a win. Man, would have been cool to see Harstem take that. Would have been really sick. Not quite gonna happen. Alright, let's, I gotta run ads straight away here, because I didn't run ads between the games, so we'll just sneak some in right now as we get ready for Harstem versus Spirit. Coming up next, some more PvT for us from Harstem. So we're gonna go Harstem versus Spirit, then Harstem versus Lambo, and then Lambo versus Cures. That's coming up. Perfect, we'll get Harstem Spirit ready to go. A couple minutes and we'll get this ready to go. Amazing. Do, 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 do. Alright, we got everyone in here. Just give it 30 more seconds for some ads to play out, guys, to just make sure we're clear of those completely. And again, to Harstem versus Spirit. Big match because Spirit's 2-1 in this group. If Spirit wins this, he is guaranteed top 2. Harstem wins this, he's going to be 2-1. Spirit 2-2. Harstem could maybe beat Lambo to go into first place. Kind of crazy. Alright, let's click the startup button, guys. Counting down into Amygdala as we get this one underway. Get this ready to rumble. Amygdala coming up, get this rolling. Move this out. Let's get into some StarCraft 2 here today. Thank you for joining us, guys. Appreciate you all being here. As we have got in the top right corner of the map, our blue Protoss player. This is Harstem. Can he continue what's been a good performance so far today? I mean, a map of Cure is nothing to slouch about. That already is a pretty great result. beat Showtime. Let's see if he can continue to do well here. So now SCV comes about. CC coming in then, Refinery coming up, and get ourselves settled for a few moments here as we take a few minutes to get ready. Our Nexus down, Gateway coming about, Barracks on the way, SCV coming through. As the probe gets into the center, Orbital and the Marine coming about. Gonna be seeing the Orbital building up. Again, Nexus and the Cybercore coming in, the Assimilator producing, probe on the way. Orbital Command and CC both coming into play. The factory is coming online as well. We continue to get that going here for Spirit. Adept is going to Chrono Boost along. Yeah, Adept Chrono boosting out again. CC in the factory coming up at the moment as well. We get all of that on the way. Adept continues to come about down to the bottom. Again, CC coming up. Starport coming in as well. Again, that Orbital Command coming online. Just going to be seeing the Adept showing up as well. Yeah, Adept still moving about. Have you seen the Cyclone coming through? Marine coming in. Warp Gate is building, about halfway done. The Adept is going to go for a shade up towards the ramp, but not going to do too much there. And the Adept pulls back to the center. Adept and the Stalker patrolling around at the front from Harstem. Cyclone locks on. Adept goes down. Again, Cyclone Marines and a Medevac continue to come through from Spirit, as we do have this Cyclone going to end up going to the top left-hand side. So, just going to have Spirit coming about with that, see if he can do much. Obviously, with Phoenix on the way out, you should be pretty safe early on as Harstem, but he does not know where the Cyclone and Marines are coming from. Third Nexus starting might actually be in some trouble if these units show up there. Medevac going to boost across with the second Cyclone. Oh, this is a really good opener, considering he's up against Phoenix. Having two Cyclones will help a lot, and already showing up onto the third. Harstem's Phoenix are actually out on the map as well, so they're not going to be in position immediately. You're leaving two Stalkers on the... Okay, this third base is cancelled, so that's just going to happen. Should have cancelled the pylon as well. There's no way you're saving it. You're responding way too late. I honestly don't know if we can really survive these units at all. The pylon will go down as the Liberator continues through. The Siege Tank is still coming up. A couple of Stalkers just step back to the Phoenix, and like I said, denied third base doesn't cost you anything as Spirit. That was no units lost in this denial. I think that's a very good start here for Spirit, so he's going to be in a very good spot. He's going to be very happy with that so far. As we pull away back down to the bottom left-hand side, away we go on that one. Cyclones and Marines still coming about. Just going to see how Phoenix going to lift up a few of those SCVs. Cyclones are going to get there for Phoenix, actually. That is going to be a kill. So 7 SCVs go down, making use of the Phoenix energy. Phoenix is going to recall back. Phoenix is going to jump in. Stalker's going to get jumped on. That Liberator is going to go down. I do see our Marines and our Cyclones. And Cyclone Siege Tank continue to come about. Just going to be seeing another little group moving around. Stalker's going to try and get underneath the medevac. Phoenix continue to come around. Just going to be seeing the Phoenix lift, and the Stalker's trying to make a stand here. Harstem having to pull a couple probes in. The tank is still extremely healthy. That's a big concern. The Cyclone's still alive as well. Good micro from Spirit. All the important units stay alive in that. And this third base is under fire for a second time in this game. The Phoenix are going to get pushed back. We need reinforcements. Harstem's just going to type GG here on Amygdala, and Spirit is going to open with a quick 1-0 lead as this one just falls apart immediately. Ouch. That one did not go how Harstem wanted to go. Spirit just with a couple of very good fights and able to really make the absolute most out of them. Gotta make the most out of those moments, right? Gotta make do with what you got. Invites in. Oh, it'll be good in a second. This next one. Does resources lost include building cancellation refund loss? Yes. Usually it does. Yeah, it definitely does, because sometimes you look in resources lost and there's like money there, but you've not lost anything in the game, and it's from cancelling. Alright, let's jump into game number 2 then, guys. Straight into this one. Lane Lines is going to come up. Spirit and Harstem coming into play. Yo, what's up, McCafe? Thank you so much for the 12-month resub on the Prime. A whole year. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. As we dive into game number 2. In the bottom left-hand side, looking to have a little bit of a better showing. It is going to be Harstem. As in the top right, our red Terran is Spirit. Racks and a gate coming through. Refinery going to be coming up as well as we get settled in here for the first few moments. We got this all set up early on. So we'll be seeing our gateway in the assimilator continuing through as well. As our probe continues about. Probe going out around the bottom side. Then we've seen the Nexus and the Cyber Core continuing up. The Order Command coming in. And it's just going to be seeing our factory coming up as well. Well, Pro moves out into the center, pulling away for now. We've seen that Marine gonna hit the Pro. Pro gonna take some damage. Is gonna get chased down. Is gonna fall. Pilot Council building up from Harstem. A couple more probes coming through. The Warp Gate is building as well. That Blink is coming up from Harstem also. So all of that coming by. Again, Starport coming through. The Cyclone on the way. And Marines will just continue to play the pushback as the Adept is going to take a couple of nibbles. Nothing too crazy just yet. As again, the Blink and the Warp Gate coming through. The Gateway and the Robo facility also producing right now, so it's going to be the Robo to follow up on the Blink. Cyclone going to move. The Adept is going to get a little bit of a chase forward. The Marine's going to be there to hit the Adept back. Again, Cyclone halfway done. Blink coming online. As we just have the Marines coming back over. Prism, Blink continuing up with Raider on the way out. I see a few Stalkers gathering together. They're just going to get warped in. Cyclone loading back into the medevac. Stalker's going to get the Blink to play defense. Oh, we don't get it. We get into the main base. We're going to get to kill some probes. Well, we're not just yet. There we go. We kill one. We should be able to get 2, 3. Yeah, easily 3. Have to pull the probes to stop it from being 4, and that is going to be good enough. 3 workers go down. Oh, I can't believe he didn't get the initial pickoff immediately, though. The Cyclone still gathering up. Engineering Bay coming through. There is the Prism and Stalkers continuing to go across through the center of the map. Again, we got ourselves the bunker coming up as well. More Stalkers warping in. We continue to push over that right-hand side. Stimpack is producing. Stalkers step in. The Cyclone goes down. Just going to be having ourselves those few SCVs are getting picked away at. So a few SCVs going down, the Marines getting grabbed as well. And all of those SCVs still getting shot at. 7 workers going down. Stalkers continue to pull back. Just going to be having ourselves the bunker still taking hits. We actually do kill 5 probes on the other side. So 9 SCVs, 5 probes. We've got a game on our hands. Harstem needs to probably do a little bit more because he's actually still down on workers. That's not a good place to be as a Protoss. As our Engineering Bay will take a few more of those shots at the moment. Prism loads up, we back away. Let's pull up to the high ground. Prism is going to get pushed back as well. The Stalker's going to unload back in and get rid of an SCV or so. Those Marines still going down. Prism staying active. Stalkers going to get the depot again. Refinery going to be taking some shots. Just going to be seeing our Stalkers getting rid of another couple of Marines still. The medevac going to be there, and the Prism going to load up once again. Spirit going to ask for a pause, but we're in the replay section of the broadcast, so we don't have to stop at all. We can just keep it going. Love that. Charge is halfway done. +1 attack and combat shield still coming through as well. Medevac's getting hit. The Marine's going to drop back down. Stalker taking shots. He's still running over. That Stalker is going to go down. We turn back around, and these Stalkers going to get grabbed as well. Bio from two sides. Stalker's got to keep on running. Again, charge and extended thermal lens on the way through. The Colossus still coming up also here. We have our Stalkers getting away to the bottom side. Plus one attack. Marine Marauder Medevac continuing to produce on through. Means the tank is going to be there. The Stalkers get chased away. Still got a +1 coming through. The concussive shells producing. Army of Spirit gets down the bottom side. Unloading the main base. A few of those probes are going to be taking shots. The Colossus getting jumped on. As we recall in, that's not going to be great, and this drop is going to be able to continue. Plus the pressure now on the third base that you can't get back to easily. Warping a few Zealots. It's going to take a little while. The Zealots at least will be able to push this back. The drop on the main gets cleaned up, but 9 more probes went down. Bio gets up to the top, just going to be seeing the Zealot Stalker Sentry down on the bottom. There's going to be the Sense Tower getting set up in the center. The army continues up to the top. Going to fire a few shots up. Bio going to turn. Zell's going to take some damage. We actually blink onto a couple of those Marauders, so Harstem able to take a decent fight over to the right, but Spirit's is going to say, I'm going to chase you down to your new bases. And this forward base has no chance of survival. Continue through. I mean, these gates are going to be in trouble. That Colossus is going to get cleaned up as well. Battery will go down. Pylon will go down. Widowmine still connecting. Widowmine still firing. The Zealots are still getting cleaned up. Our probes. Then you get jumped on here as we get all the way into the back of this base. Colossus is going to get jumped on as well. Just going to see our Stalkers getting hit next. Continue to chase forward. And just going to be seeing our Colossus going down. 14 SCVs, 6 7 probes going down. The Bio continue to fight against those Zealots. $107 to 74 supply. I mean, Harstem did okay across the map, but it's just not being good enough. I think some of the initial pressure was just a bit too much, and Harstem's always trailing. So even though he's trading blows, it's never quite a blow in his favor. Sorry, bless me. As Harstem loses out to Spirit, and that puts Spirit in a great spot in this group. He's now 2-1, with the potential to go. Sorry, he's now 3-1. With a pretty good map score as well. Cure still has to play against Lambo. Cure does have the head-to-head over Spirit, so... yeah, I think even if Lambo took a map off Cure, if Cure still won that series, Spirit's really relying on Lambo to beat Cure, I guess. Harstem 1-2, Lambo 0-2 still is the situation at the moment. As Cure and Spirit set atop this group 2-1. Showtime 2-2. Showtime's kind of hoping that Lambo can put some work in against Harstem, I guess, but maybe then not beat Cure, because that could put Showtime in trouble. Although I guess Lambo can never overtake Showtime on map score, because even if he goes 2-0-2-0, he would be 0, and Showtime has the +1, so I actually don't know if... I think Lambo might be eliminated from the group. In fact, I'm almost certain Lambo is eliminated from the group. The best map score Lambo can have is 0. Showtime has no more games to play. I think this group just got decided. I think Lambo and Harstem are out. Showtime cannot get first place, and it will either be Spirit or Cure first place. So I think this group just got completely decided. I don't think Lambo Harstem actually matters at all. Am I crazy? Because if Lambo goes 2-0-2-0, he'd be 2-2, 4... yeah, there's no way. Oh, no. So actually, it's not decided because he beats Cure. Then Cure would be on +0, 2-2, and actually Lambo... okay, so if Lambo goes 2-0-2-0, then Cure could actually get knocked out by Lambo. Oh my goodness. That's wild. So yeah, Lambo is not out because if he goes 2-0-2-0, he would outscore Cure. Oh my goodness, this is wild. Crazy madness happening here. as we get ready for Lambo and Harstem to start in just a few moments. Kick this off. Get ready to roll, roll, roll. Do, 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 do. Alright, just getting everyone invited in. Let's click start. Let's go into this, guys. Alright, couple of series left then. Harstem, Lambo, and then Lambo Cure. Let's see what we're going to get. Hopefully Lambo pulls it off, otherwise we only get 2 Zergs. Yeah, I think what I am going to do, guys, I know Shin can't play solo in round 1, because Shin's in round 2 automatically. I think I'm going to make it so that Shin and Solo are just on different sides of the bracket. I don't think anyone is going to be upset, because we're still going to have randomization. I just think we're going to make sure that the randomization means that Shin and Solo cannot be on the same side of the bracket. I just like, I'd be so sad if they end up getting the ZVZ in the round of 8, like am I crazy? I feel like that just should be something that we implement now. No? Is that being an Audi tournament organizer? I just feel like it's so silly to potentially give us a ZVZ. Top left Harstem, bottom right. Lambo. ZVZ is also interesting. ZVZ is interesting, but it's also a case of, like, honestly, like, losing one of our Zergs. I would rather have 2 more Zerg I'd rather have 2 Zerg matchups than a ZVZ. Because that's the difference, right? If it's a ZVZ, you get 0 Zerg versus something in the round of 8, for example. Whereas if it's not a ZVZ, and you have 2 Zergs in the round of 8, it would be 2 other Zerg matchups. So I think that would be the thing. I think it's a smart choice. I don't think anyone's going to be super upset by it. Drone moving around. Drone's going to take some nibbles. Our Overlord moving through. Patch gas pool all coming up. Drone on the way in. Yeah, Cybercore coming up. That simulator continues to finish. Let's get ourselves the probe patrolling at the front as well for a little while. GG gets called. Oh my goodness, what a call by Harstem. That's it. It's over. It's done. GG has been called. Okay, not really. I mean, Solo might just die in the round of 12 anyway, so then it doesn't really matter, but yeah. Link speed building up, Stargate on the way out. Nothing too surprising first few minutes of this PvZ, I don't think, right? I think link speed's kind of expected. The Stargate is becoming, you know, still one of the very much so the normal builds to head on into in the early stages. So yeah, I don't feel like there's really any surprises there just yet. Link loops around in the probes. Take a few additional nibbles. Now Oracle on the way up, the Warp Gate building. And again, link speed coming through on the side of Lambo. Again, that link speed up and running here currently. ZVZ is either a 3-0 or the quickest, sorry, is either really interesting or the quickest 3-0 you'll ever encounter. I honestly, I don't even mind ZVZ. We're in a desperate state of situation for Zergs, you know? We just need Zergs. I guess the benefit of ZVZ is if you get one in the round of 8, you're guaranteed a Zerg in the round of 4 as well. Maybe that wouldn't be so bad. Maybe we'll just draw the bracket and see what it looks like. And if it looks really terrible, maybe we just draw it. If we get a ZVZ, I guess we actually do then get a Zerg guaranteed in the semifinals, which is probably good. Is this on PTR? Yep, absolutely everything we're casting at the minute is on PTR, apart from our Monday tournaments. Apart from the Monday events. Pilot Council and Forge coming in, we do see a drone getting grabbed by that Oracle, but that's going to be a lot of hits on the Oracle. This Oracle to the left is a little bit healthier. Continues to move about for the moment. Pilot Council and Forge both coming online. The Nexus will finish. A couple of gates coming through as we settle in here on Whispers of Gold, map number 1 of this best of 3. And only a couple best of 3s left today, guys. We'll just take a quick moment to mention if you are enjoying the stream, considering doing all of the things that help the stream out, liking the YouTube feed. You can obviously subscribe on YouTube as well. You can also support the stream on Twitch by Prime subscribing and all the rest. So do check out those options. It really does help. It allows us to run more events like this one. We've had a great time in WardiTV November so far. You want us to have a WardiTV December? Like I say, get support and we'll have as much prize money in that as we can afford based on the support. Thank you so much in advance if you do. And thank you so much for listening to the sellout section as the Oracles peel away. And a couple of Lings get up top. They're going to go for one probe. The Adept will go back and hit some Lings in return. Probe number 2 goes down. Ling's actually trying to wrap around the Adept there. Is actually going to be a success story. So the Adept falls. The probes keep on going down. Couple Stalkers get warped in and will chase the Oracles away over to the side. Ling's coming up. Missile upgrade coming through, and just get our Queen's going to be there. Push the Oracles back. +1 missiles and roach speed coming online. Our Hydralisk Den is coming up from Lambo as well, so we get that underway as the Temple Archives begins to build from Harstem. These Oracles are going to go and hit this hatchery, so hatchery going to be taking some damage. Obviously overhead, again the Hydra Den about to complete. Oracles will move back around into the center as the Lings are going to stay wrapped around on the rocks for a few more moments. Let's see our Stalkers getting rid of a few more of those Lings, and we continue to push on through. Creep Team is going down. The Overlord going to get jumped on as well, so that's going to be a couple of cleanups there. I love what Harstem can do with these Stalkers so far. As we jump to the right, we get that Overlord also. More Lings get back to the top side. Storm is building. The gateway is coming up. And Ling's still moving about. +2 attack, and Storm continue to come in. Just gonna see those Hydras gonna go knock down the rocks. Link Hydra gonna come pushing through. The Stalkers will take some shots in return. +2 attack and Storm coming up. That's a good stage sword. Catches some of the Lings. Still got the Hydras pressing forward though, and Lambo 66 drones still spamming out units. He might just be committing onto the 66 drone attack. Obviously 4th not ready yet, so there's been no reason to drone earlier than now. Arguably you could have started droning and immediately start to saturate this. I think Lambo is going to commit then here on Whispers and knock down these rocks, open up this direction in toward the 3rd base. Picking up those rocks, obviously, again, gives you that access point. Hydra's going to start pressing through. We actually get in with the Lings into the natural and the main Lambo. Going to go crazy on the mineral line. Probes are going to begin to drop. The Hydras and our Ravages gather up. The Lings will continue to get cleaned up by the Zealots, so good shots from the Zealots right now. 16 probes going down. The Zealots pulling back the other way. No charge yet. Oh, well, that was a great run by from Lambo. Fourth base has to cancel as well. Kind of awkward, actually. If you're playing defense on the third, the Zerg can loop to that fourth very easily. Never really saw that on this map before. It's definitely a factor to consider. The storm comes down. Most of the augments done in a moment as we head into the natural. Cybercore taking more damage. A couple of vials are coming about. So it's going to keep on pressing forward. A few more storms and Hydras and Ravages keep on taking damage. Another couple of vials. And Stalkers and the High Temper still pushing through. The Stalkers blink again. Another storm. Ravages taking shots once again. 21 dead probes. And yet Harstem's done a great job of rebuilding probes as well. And he's only 62 to 66. I do not think this has turned out good enough for Lambo. Might seem crazy. I do think it's honestly a pretty good little situation where we are just sat here now on, you know, an army from Harstem that's going to be powered up, storm available, and Lambo's tech is not really there for the longer game. He's getting a few more drones now, overload speed coming up as well, but yeah, I do not think Lambo is really set up to play the longer game at all at the moment. That's a good stasis ward. That's going to be a catch as well. Stasis catches, Roach Hydra Ravager can keep pressing up the gateway. And it's going to be going down. A couple of pylons getting jumped on also. Roach Ravager maybe has to pull back a little further out the stasis. Once we do have 7 Hydras still producing, but again, not off of a great economy. There's Harstem with the typical kind of timing to hit the Zealots across the map. So good at doing doing these things at the right moments a lot of the time as the Hydras continue to go to town. Onto those Zealots. So the Zealots will fall. 2 drones dropped. Stalker, High Templar, the Archon gathering up right now. Going to drop a little Revelation there. It's going to push that through as the other Zealots come around. I'm just going to be seeing our Roach Hydra Ravager setting up as well. Another storm comes in. The Ravagers take a little bit more damage. Big beacon coming up. The Stargate about to be done. And again, more Hydras and the Spine Crawler building up as well. And step forward once more. Cannon goes down. Stalkers blink around the edges. Another couple of storms landing on the Ravagers and the Hydralisks there. So good damage being done. Carriers are still on the way from Harstem. +1 air weapons is producing on the Cybercore. Again, storms keep on dropping in. The Ravagers taking damage. We are going to see the Lings around the left side. A couple probes going down. Harstem had actually taken a lot of supply loss, but I feel like his storms have been good. Is building into the carriers on 3 base a bit too greedy? Maybe. Interesting to see a world where we build carriers, right? Tempests have been the go-to lately. I understand, like, maybe this is more of a, like, you know, it's not like you need to have an answer kind of against lurkers, but maybe then you just don't need carriers, right? I was really not feeling this at all for Lambo, but and I really feel like he hit a lot of bad storms, but it looks as though he might have something of an edge right now. I mean, we are still going to get a couple carriers out. They will still try and help, but how much damage does Harstem take before that point? The Zealots charge forward. They keep dropping down. Pull back a little further here. The Archons are going to keep getting blasted as well. Storms continue to come into play. The Archons dropping, Oracle dropping. GG is called. Harstem is going to have to give this one up, and we are going to go to a 1-0 lead for Lambo in this ZVP best of 3. All right, was not really kind of expecting that one to quite go that way, but there you have it. All right, we'll go into Amygdala for map number 2 and see if Harstem can fight back. Like I say, a bit surprised by the final result on that one. Alright, let's jump into game number 2. Do-do-do-do. Amygdala coming up. We've got in the bottom left-hand corner our blue Protoss player. This is down a map, Harstem. And he bounced back. Beat Showtime earlier. Had a lead against Cure. Got 2-0 by Space. Definitely been a downward trend on the day, right? You beat Showtime, you have a lead against Cure, but you lose that series. You get 2-0 by Spirit. Now you're a game down. Probe's just chrono boosting along. There's going to be some probe setting up on the front. Gateway and the assimilator coming through. The hatchery and the drone building up as well. Got our gateway going in. So just going to get that gateway setting up. The overload coming around. Just going to have a hatch gas. The opening. Like 1 or 2 Colossus stabilized would be really good. Yeah, I mean, if you can get that, it's obviously... I think the Colossus would have been a better choice here than going into carriers, actually. I think that would have been the better way to go about it, you know? Ads properly between games is some premium viewing. Yep, that's what we do. Put the ads on at the right time. We do run a lot of them. We need it to support the content, but make sure that by running a lot of them, they're always between the games. Unless the only time we can't do it is when we have like multiple like really long games in a row. But sometimes that can't be helped. Overlord gets to the bottom left. A fascinating moment here. As the cyber core will begin, just going to see the probe, adept, and nexus all coming through. We have the overlord in the center. Ling Speed and Queens building, a couple of Lings on the way out. Stargate producing. Probe comes back down that left-hand side. Probe gathering around. It's going to be seeing our Oracle and Warp Gate coming up. Ling Speed coming through. A couple of depths keep moving around as well. Depths will just gather again. Ling Speed coming up. Couple Queens and the drones coming back online. Hatchery and the Spore coming over. Depths gather back up. We are going to be seeing the Oracle continue to move around. Drones on the way through the Warp Gate building, and we have ourselves the Adept Oracle combo. Adept's going to fire. Lings get chased away. Oracle still overhead as the Queens push back a little bit. So Oracles and Adepts come back over the left-hand side. Oracle still moving about. Twilight Council and the Gate still coming in. The Nexus is producing. +1 attack is coming in as well. Howlings will knock onto this set of rocks and try and open up the gold base. Got that established here in the center. This is going to nibble at the rocks, so we'll open those up. Again, we got ourselves the Oracles and the Adepts still moving about a little bit. It's going to hit. The Adept's going to take some damage. And +1 and Blink continuing through. The Oracles are going to come around as well. Oracles get back to the right again. +1 and Blink still coming through. The Lair is on the way. The Overlords and the Evolution Chamber coming up. The Oracles get back over here as well. Oracles still coming about again. +1 and Blink coming through. Roaches setting up as the Oracles still move around for the moment. Is going to come about. A couple of Lings going to get grabbed. And that Templar Archive is continuing through also. Stalker's just going to shoot. A couple of the Queens taking damage. Ravage is going to begin to morph in as well. We're just going to be seeing those Lings going to get down there. Stalker's getting chased back. The Oracles moving back a little bit as well. Still got the charge in the Oracle production continuing. Second game, Lambo's just going to get those Hydras up and off 63 workers, maybe try and do something. I mean, he is double expanding. Maybe once those bases get closer, we do just go back into drones this time. Ravage is going to come about there, just going to be seeing the Oracles coming over, just going to drop the Stasis wards down. And Stalker's just going to hit, the Extractor goes down. A couple of drones getting jumped on, Ling's going to run across as well. It's going to be seeing the Storm and the Charge and the +2 coming around. Roach, Ravager, Hydra still gathering. Our Stalker's going to step up again. Maybe a couple of drones taking some damage. Our unit's coming back the other direction. Oracle is actually going to lose its Stasis Ward there, so just going to keep running back as Lambo chases Harstem out of here. What Lambo is doing is very important to obviously hold the middle of the map. If you want to hold that gold base, middle of the map control is important, so having a lot of these basic units and then going into that Hive and Lurker Den is something that you can really do from there as a couple of Corrosive Vials come down. Going to keep zoning those other units away currently. Storm is going to finish. A few Lings retreat away. 10 +2 attack coming up. The Robo Facility coming online. Lings regather. Hydra Ravager regathers in the center as well. Oracle's just going to drop down the Stasis Wards. Stays forward, catching the end of the Storm on that Mineral Line. Drones are going to drop. Big deal. Top side, Zealot's just going to go charging in. That hatchery, 12 o'clock, definitely in some trouble. Our High Temple is going to get busy as well. Beacon coming up, Stargate is about to finish, the Prism is on the way, +1 air weapons, and the +3 attack also continuing to come into place. We get all of that on the go. 6 Lurkers in production right now as our Stalkers will go after a couple of those Extractors. going to get burrowed. We're just going to move. Zealot's just going to go grabbing some lings. We are going to be seeing those rocks continue to fall. Got a storm coming about. Those lurkers still moving through. Zealots, High Templar, Stalkers coming around. Lurkers are going to go and get burrowed up once again. The Zealots up the right-hand side and a couple creep teamers dropping. See those lurkers continue to get rid of those zealots. Those zealots do indeed drop. +3 attack on the way. The couple of carriers are building. +1 air weapons are still on the way out. Army of Harstem continues into the middle of the map here still, and we have ourselves the Nexus carriers. +3/+1. I mean, this time we're actually going to get to the carriers properly, right? I mean, last game Harstem was trying to get there, but it got a little bit too precarious. This time we're going to be rest of the army going to come across. Queen is going to get grabbed. The hatchery going to take a few more shots as well. A lot of drones going down. Zealots continue to come through. +3 attack. Mothership carriers all continue to produce. Our Zealots are going to get onto the Rotron. Zealots everywhere, actually. They just continue to deal damage across the board at the moment. And that Spire coming up, so we are going to try and go to something of an answer for the carriers in the long term, but I just don't think it's going to be there in the short term. Unfortunately, the carriers continue to move about. Roaches, lurkers continue through the center. Lurker gonna burrow. The lurker's getting set up. And do have our +2 missiles coming through. Again, Spire and the Nidus network coming online. Those Zealots are gonna go straight in after the Spire. So that's gonna be a kill on the Spire. That's big. Because now you actually have no real answer to a high carrier count. Lambo might just be dead with that delay. He's gonna need some serious plays off the Nidus to have a chance here, I think. That's a Spire in the back of the main. The Zealots are currently on their way over there. Yeah, they're not going to notice it before it's too late. Still gets 13 drones. The carrier is attacking on the left-hand side. The ground army gets melted by the lurkers to begin with, but maybe we can go with the carriers. Maybe we can make something happen with those right now. +2 air weapons starting on the Cybercore. Hydras, Spores coming up. Carapace upgrade on the Evo chamber. This one does get taken out in the main base. The carriers are flying through. Still gathering up again the +2 air weapons, +1 shields coming through, the couple of Vipers on the way as well. Our interceptors are going to launch themselves forward, start to play cleanup on the lurkers. Interceptors just fly on up. We are going to be seeing those lurkers continue to take a lot of damage. Time Warp going down, the Mothership going to be there. Again, the Hydra stepping up, going to get cleaned up as well. Another lurker that's going to be in trouble. +2 air weapons, the carrier's on the way out. Still got our drones and Spire and the +1 armor upgrade coming through as well. There's going to be a Nidus network on the bottom side. Like I say, Lambo definitely has to rely on the counterattacks, I think, right now to outposition this a bit. Storm is dropping down again. There's going to be Queen going down. We're going to step on into this, and again, let's see if Lambo can find an answer. To be fair, the interceptor count right now is very low. I think he just stormed all of his own interceptors. Or at least helped them along the way. Apparently it's not going to matter with basically no interceptors. We're still winning this fight. Not enough Hydras here. The bottom right base is going to get an energy overcharge on the battery, and the Zealots are definitely holding up pretty decently. Moving on through. The mothership never died as well. I mean, this army just doesn't die. Reinforcements can deal with this. We don't even need this base in the long run right now. GG's, and Harstem is going to take a game 2. We're tied up and go into a game 3 here. I think that decides the group, though. I think by Harstem taking this map, no longer can Lambo muscle Cure. So I don't think he can outmuscle Cure in the group anymore, so I think it is Showtime, Cure, and Spirit that will advance. I think that map loss is too detrimental to Lambo's map score to allow anything else to happen. I guess I'm just going to be, I'll be one moment while we get people invited in. I'll be right back. Alright guys, sorry for that. We are getting into game 3 of Harstem versus Lambo here in just a second. This off. Let's see what happens. Good to see you all. Thank you for being here. As we go into Snow Piercer. Ba-dum, ba-dum. On the top right hand side, our blue Zerg is going to be Lambo. Takes on, in the bottom left, our red Protoss player, Harstem. It's 1-1. It's the final map of this series. Lambo versus Cure to come up after this as well for some ZVT to end the day. Snowpiercer for our final map. Harstem talks about this one a lot, being, difficult to hold those bases on and so on. It'll be interesting to see how he approaches it. See what his stance might be. Overlord on the move. Another game getting set. We will draw the playoff bracket as well, guys, at the end of this today. Basically, it comes down to secure Lambo is still important. Even if Lambo can't advance, it's still important to see if Cure gets first place or not. So there is a benefit to that potentially happening. There's a very good chance we get a lot of mirror matchups in the round of 12, actually. We could get PvP, PvP, TVT, TVT. We could get, like, PvP, TVT, TVT, the ZVP, or ZV, something like that. It is possible. Pray. Pray it is not going to be the case. Go differently. Couple things coming across. Probe is going to get jumped on. Stargate will build from Harstem as we get settled down. A couple links going to go after the probes for a few moments. Move about a little bit. Probe gets turned the other direction. Stargate coming online. Link speed still building. Hatchery coming up on the third base. Overlord overhead there at the front as our Zergling continues to journey about for a few moments now, see what's going on. Now, Ling speed, couple Lings, the Queen coming through. The Adept is going to go shading out towards the center of the map as well. Going to get a little bit of movement over in that direction. See the Adept coming around. Void and the Warp Gate coming up. The Adepts come about. He's going to get that. Probe goes down. A couple of Adepts are going to be hitting. The Void Ray is going to hit the Overlord as well, so the Overlord will go down, so that will fall. As these Adepts are going to get caught by the Lings. Ling's going to get a wraparound too. Void Ray gets back over. A couple of the Lings do fall. Evolution Chamber coming up from Lambo as well. Still going to have the Oracle flying through to the top. Got a Cancel and Forge both building. Got ourselves the Oracle dropping a Revelation down to get a couple Crypt Tumors too. What are we going to get out of that Evo Chamber? Carapace? Melee? Like melee, obviously. You don't really go Carapace CVP. I don't know why I suggested that one. I've got like Zerg versus Zerg build orders on the mind for some reason. No, melee is the fairly obvious choice for a fast Evo Chamber, and it's going to be just that. It's going to be good for some timings down the line. We'll see exactly how it plays out. Steps is going to get there. A couple Lings go down. Crypt Tumors being knocked away at again. The melee upgrade coming through. The Overlords and Lings in production. And the Baneling Nest building on the natural expansion. There is a fourth in the bottom right. And Void Ray is going to come through it, activate, and that fourth will take a lot of shots. So that will take a lot of damage. Oracle still overhead. The Adepts moving around. +1 attack and charge, both in production. The extra gates are on the way through. Robo Facility coming online. There's the melee upgrade. There's a few more drones coming out. The Oracle gets pushed away. Robo Facility and Gateways continue to produce. All of that coming online currently as the charge and +1 comes in as well. That is the Temple Archives also in production. 4 drones going down. Queen's going to be there. Push the Void Ray back the other direction. Still got the Lair, the drone. Melee and Bane speed coming up. Obviously, Ling Bane had you off that melee upgrade. Going to have a lot of, damage output potential with the melee upgrade. A lot of high value in that, I would imagine. Hydrogen building. Just going to be seeing the Oracle dropping a Revelation. Just going to get rid of a Creep Tumor. Circling is just going to get rid of the probes. The probe will go down again. The Nexus and the pylon in the top left. Hydra's Bane speed, muscular augments all continue to produce. Void Ray will just step forward. The Oracle going to drop the Stasis Ward down. The Lings on the counterattack going to immediately aim for that fourth. This army from Harstem on the map has potential, I guess, especially against Lings with the Archons. Get the Hydras up in time. Maybe that is manageable, though, from Lambo. He's going to wrap around. Zealot's already dropping. Top left base is doomed, but those Hydras getting caught in force fields as well. Harstem going to get some great damage done here so far. Queen's buy a bit of time with the transfusion. That's a lot more Hydras showing up. I'm a little worried that the Hydras actually might be able to chew through the Zealots, and then if they do that, they spread the Concave, yep, and then you can deal with the Archons quite nicely. Top left, a few Lings still remain, continuing through there. Harstem might have been... Would he have actually gotten the hatchery? He might have done. I guess, obviously, it's hard to say, because Lambo would have still stepped forward into the fight. Gets rid of all the Queens now. We're back down to a lower Hydra count. The Zealots in the front, obviously pretty essential, as Harstem continues to apply this pressure up in workers. Maybe actually could back away from this, even if he's lost a base. I mean, I guess Lambo is on 5 base, but he doesn't have the economy to really, or the drone can't really make use of 5 base. Prism warps in a group of zealots once more. Probes over to the left-hand side. Just going to be seeing the Lings, the Hydras, the Banes all gathering as well between the bases. So the Archon Stalker moving about. Nexus is going to be coming down. A few Lings get pushed away. Hydra on the top side moving about also. We can see those few zealots still trying to step on through. Ooh, that Archon's dead. It's a nice catch. A couple of Banes going to roll down to the bottom as well. Chase after the Adept and the Sentry. Fourth phase. In the top left is going to get jumped on once more as the Hydras continue to come through here. Lambo really trying to bust in. Harstem with an army supply problem. He's going to lose the Prism. That's going to lose him the warp in if Lambo targets it. I mean, 2 zealots warp in, I guess that's not an issue. Let those warp in maybe and then kill the Prism is also a worthwhile way to do it. Harstem actually, I don't think overall was in a bad spot, but just did not have the army supply to really contend here. Now we're going to be seeing Ling Bane Hydra rolling up this Ram. Storm is not done. Okay, now Storm just finished. As the Banes will actually not go down, so the Banes do get to connect. Now more Banes showing up. Harstem is going to be typing GG. And that is going to be Lambo taking the 3rd game of this series. So Lambo does get the win. Obviously at the time of playing, these guys did not know the situation in the group, which is that they are both essentially eliminated and definitely playing their butts off to try and get the wins. As we will go into Lambo Cure, which is still important because Lambo can obviously help Spirit out by beating Cure. If Cure loses, Spirit is first place. If Cure wins, then Cure should be first place no matter what. He has the head-to-head advantage, so it doesn't even matter on the map score. That's where we are at going into our final series of the day. It is going to be TVZ to round us out here. And we're going to be starting off by going into ley lines, guys, in just a second. Everyone's joined the lobby. I'm going to instantly start this. The moment the last caster's in here, we're going to go. Boom! Just like that. Instantly into Cure Lambo. Decided by this tournament in Home Story Cup next week. Oh yeah. Hell yeah. In the top right hand side, our blue Terran is going to be Cure. And he is up against Lambo in the bottom left. Our red Zerg. Final series of the day. TVZ time. Let's see what is going to happen. Let's see if Lambo can help out Spirit. Let's see if Cure can get himself guaranteed first place. Gonna see a Hatchcast pool coming down here on ley lines. Start off. Lambo had a bit of a rough time against Spirit in the ZVT earlier. Definitely struggled to get set up in a couple of those matches. So we'll see if maybe that will help him as we get going on this one. Just coming across. Overlord coming about. Just gonna be seeing the Reaper gonna fire up. A couple lings coming through. CT is coming up. Factory on the way. Reactor coming over. Just gonna be seeing that getting going. Gonna fire up. Means taking some shots. And there's 3 drones in production. Link speed coming online. Now Queen gonna be there to push the Reaper back as well. Reaper holds back, Overlord moving through. Link speed, couple Queens and Overlords all producing as our Hellions continue in from Cure. The CVs and the Command Center coming up as well. The Starport going to swap over to the Tech Lab. Queens are there. Reaper Hellion gets turned back around the other way. Still got that Link speed coming through. Queens, drones, Overlord. Producing up at the moment. Guess they're definitely wondering how Lambo can do. Continue to defend against these Hellions. Continue to deal with the Banshees early game. I do think the early game is really going to be pretty decisive if Lambo can get through that. I'm excited to see the game, but it has to get through that initially, right? So a few Hellions will gather. And Cloaking coming up. Hellions, Banshee, all producing. We'll see what Cure can do in the near future. Hellions move about, just going to be seeing the Stimpack and Cloaking coming up as well. Suppose it's going to finish up. A Hellions coming back around. Punches and Hellions is going to continue through. A couple creep teamers going down. The Hellions going to move about. Hellions coming back over. Reaper's moving around. Precision Pitch is going to be dropping into the natural expansion. There's a Hydro Den as well. Hellions and the Reaper still moving about. As we just have our Stimpack and the 1-1 upgrades continuing through. Infestation Pit is on the way. The melee upgrades and the Baneling speed is on the way. Hellions come forward and get the creep tumors. Yo, Hobbit Kabul, how you doing on the 45-month resub on the Prime? You know, this was a pretty passive early game. This is the kind of early game I wanted to see for Lambo, where not much is going to happen. He doesn't lose anything. 2 drones as the Banshees show up. But, you know, this so far is fine. To me, this is Lambo getting into a comfort zone. And I think that's always going to be one of the challenges against Q, getting to even just this point in the first place. So, to me, this is fun. I guess my next concern is that Q is so good and maybe just preserving all those units that this time in itself is also very dangerous. So I guess let's see how this next challenge goes. As SB Ricky, thank you so much as well for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. As a Hellion Marine tank gathers up on the bottom. Couple of Banshees as well. 1-1 upgrades coming through. The Hellions morph into Hellbats. 8 barracks ready to go. So from here on out, Kira is just going to spam units and push. I mean, Lambo got to 81 drones. I like the counterattack, looking for reinforcements, but none of them are out on the map. Actually lost a few banelings to the Banshees there, which is a bit of a shame. Queens taking big hits. Combat shield still coming through also as the Marines are going to take another step up this ramp. Couple Queens are going to continue to go down. Lings set up on the right-hand side. The Banshees are going to move back over to the top. A little bit more damage being done. Queen's getting absolutely melted, by the way, as the Ling Bane still continue to try and move through. Ling Bane on the bottom going to show up as well. Going to crash on forward. A couple siege tanks going to get grabbed. Those Marines are still running off over to the right-hand side. Kaboom! And the Banelings get him. Marines dropping in a big way. Banshees on the top side now, picking their way through this hatchery. Are we clean up as Lambo? Can we protect this base? Stay on 5 base? I mean, I feel like this was pretty good for Lambo so far. Resources lost is heavily favoring Cure, but Lambo's on 80+ workers, has been for a while. It's going to lose the 5th base. Cure setting up another attack down the right. Well, I mean, 4 base is still fine. It's not like he's kind of lava starved. He's getting Vipers out. He's very close to having a very good answer to this. It's the sheer volume of Terran that might be the issue. We're going to run in. I do not like how many Banelings there are. And that fight doesn't help because you lose a bunch of Lings for no reason. Lambo's issue is the army supply, and giving up some army supply freely is not ideal. Like I said, I get it. You want to wait. You want to try and buy some time. The Vipers are getting their energy as we speak, so they're going to be able to come in Blinding Cloud. Obviously, you need to push in through this bottom side as our tanks set up. Bane Hydra Viper ready to make a move. Here we go. Blinding Clouds need to go down on those siege tanks, protect the Banelings from the tank fire. A lot of the Marines actually get down the low ground already. So much of the Ling Bane getting caught in this corner, chasing what was a suboptimal amount of Marines for the Banes to really crash into, and then getting stuck there trying to go elsewhere. That was not a great position at all. I'm not sure if that's going to be the complete reason why Lambo loses this game, but it definitely didn't help. As these Marines currently pressing forwards, it's not looking pretty for Lambo because the fact that Cure kind of survived the first wave of that sends pretty good vibes in his direction. He's going to get rid of the hatchery as well, chase down a few additional Banes. There's not a lot of splash left right now. Lambo can afford only 4 Banelings apparently. That's not going to really do it, I don't think, is again, good split once again from Cure. Continues to pull back there, and it does look as though Cure is just going to pound his way through to the 1-0 lead here on ley lines. Medevac's taking shots. Hydra's still coming about. A couple of Blinding Clouds coming down as well. Tanks are firing away. The Hydra's still getting cleaned up. GG gets called, and it is going to be Cure to take game number 1. So Cure gets the first map. He's a map away from first place in this group. Cure. Absolutely having no issues at all today so far. I mean, he did lose to Showtime. It wasn't without issues. That's why he has to win here to get first place still, but alright, let's jump into game number 2. Get this underway. What could be our final map of the day? We will do the bracket draw after this as well, guys. That will be coming up. Alright, let's go into game number 2. Ultra Love going to be our map. Ultra Love. Bottom left-hand side, our blue Terran player who will be up by a game is going to be Team Liquid's Cure. He is taking on the red Zerg in the top right corner of the map. Lambo. Lambo. Tracks guys coming through, hatch coming up. Ourselves our racks on the way, refinery coming up, Overlord in the center. Moving through for the moment. Overlord still heading down the bottom left side, trying to see a little bit of what's going on. It's going to be having our command center building from Cure. We just follow this Ovi. That's the interesting part of this game until the Reaper pops out, then we'll follow the Reaper. Scripted StarCraft 2 here early on. Reaper journeying. Off to the top. Reaper drops a grenade down, the Reaper gets bopped about. Reaper comes back into the center, CC's on the way up. Orbital coming through, CC is coming about, Reactor is coming in. Again, Ling Speed and the Queen and the Overlord coming about. Also, we do have our Lings of Lambo heading down to the bottom left. Well, those Lings keep going. Just gonna keep it going, keep it rolling into the natural. They go. So, we get in over here, the Reaper's out of position, and the Lings are going to get themselves a couple of SCVs. Ling Speed about to be done as well for Lambo, so it's such a good moment. The depot needs to actually raise instead of letting those Lings in. That was actually very close to the Lings getting in, although I guess the two Hellions spawning would have minimized damage anyway. Probably wasn't going to be that big of a deal once the Lings get back out over the other side. So the Lings get out up to the top. Again, Queen's coming through, Banshee and the Hellions coming up as well. Drones coming about, Rotron coming up, Banshee and Hellions continue coming through. I'm just going to be seeing that Banshee still coming around. We just do have our, well, a couple of Hellions just chasing a Ling down. Again, Banshee and Cloak continuing through. The lair is coming up from Lambo currently. Lair is about halfway through there. Just going to be seeing the lair continuing up. A couple of racks in the engineering bays all coming down. Our third CC set up in the center. And again, the Overlord Speed, Roaches, and Queen continue to produce. Our lair is still on the way out for the moment as our Hellions get moved around. Overlord still overhead. Lambo is about to have Overlord Speed in the lair. I feel like it's time that we're going to go into the Drop Lord Roach Queen attack. Roach Ling Queen, Drop a Lord all in. Looks as though that's going to be the plan for him in this game number 2. Try and take a map off Cure. Well, Hellions gather up. Just going to be seeing a Overlord and Drop a Lord making its way across the map. Ravager's just going to start morphing in. LSCV's already going down. We are going to be seeing the Ling's going to try and break the front. I mean, obviously, you're going to need the Roach Ravager here to help with this. The Banshee is going to get chased by the Queens. We're going to have to get to the front. Start dropping some creep as well. Where are those Ravagers going? Oh my goodness. That's a bit of a weird pattern one. I think he was just trying to corrosive vial, but he obviously didn't intend them to go up over there. Queen's going to drop into the natural, but there is already a siege tank here. The SCV's pulling. This is a mess of a fight. Ravager's still going through. That's only 2 barrels on the tank, by the way, so the tank is still living through this. So much more damage done because that tank didn't get targeted properly. 2 extra Marines show up. 19 SCVs down. Q is only down by 9 workers, so this is very survivable for him. As another tank shows up, Stim is done, so reinforcing Lings I don't even think are going to be that powerful with Stim being completed. The Ravager count isn't there to really sit behind Lings either. We're even going to load up the Ravagers into the Overlord to try and save them, but they're going to get chased by Stim Marines. That's a defense from Cure, and a defense like that in these games usually means a lot for the Terran, because now they're about to kick into 1-1 upgrades. Things are about to get so much better for you here. That Roach Speed is still coming through, the drones in the Evo Chamber are still coming up. Our Marines and our Medevacs continue to move about as our combat shield continues in. Marine tank, Medevac continue to produce SCVs on the way. Over on the right side, those Lings move around as well. And +1 Carapace and Roach Speed continue to come through. Those extra Roaches in production. 2-2 upgrades is part of it. Combat shield also being added on right now. Marine tank still comes over. As Zergling gets pushed off the watchtower. Lings going to try and run in toward the natural. A couple of Lings get across toward the third base. Then Marine tank going to get ready for an attack into that third as well. As the Lings just continue to take some shots. I mean, nice to have a run by. We've got to defend this attack though. And right now with 1-1 upgrades done on these Marines especially, I think that's going to be the issue. They're going to be very powerful. Obviously tanks in a great spot as well from the low ground, able to hit upwards. Like I said, I do not know if these Marines are going to go down. Maybe if they eat a bile or so. We took a moment even there to turn around and hit the Spore Crawler, so we weren't even kind of truly fighting with them the entire way through this. And if Pure wins this game, he's first place in this group. And it kind of feels like that is where we're about to end up on, is we are going to be seeing GG called, and it is going to be Cure to take a 2-0 win to end our day and end our 10 best-of-3 streak. GG's. Alright guys, well, what we're going to do is we are going to make the bracket. So, we're going to do this the same way we usually do. There's a couple of rules in place, basically, that means certain players from certain groups can't meet each other until deeper into the tournament. So, I'm going to show you guys what we're going to do. So, very simple to start off with. We'll go straight into this, no reason to delay. Nope, that's the wrong button, wrong window I just maximized. Try this one. Alright, what we're going to start off with is we're going to randomize Hero, Bjorn, Shin, and Cure. Those are the 4 first place finishers, and the order that they end up in is the order they drop into the brackets. I've got Hero, Bjorn, Shin, and Cure. The order that they end up in is going to be the order that they play in the round of 8. So let's see what happens. Cure, Shin, Bjorn, and Hero. Perfect. Cure, Shin, Bjorn, Hero. So let's do that first. Let's drop those in and show you guys what that means. Cure, Shin, Bjorn, and Hero, like that. Oh no, that's... Wait. That's still around 12? Yeah, I'm so confused. Round 12? 1, 2, 3. Round 2? Why is that quarterfinals as well? No, that should be semifinals. So confused. Alright, there we go. I did it correct. So it's going to be Q, Shin, Bjorn, and Hero just like that dropping in. What that means is that typically we do not let second place finishers of a group play on the same side of the bracket as the first place finisher from their group. So Bjorn and Hero. So that means Ryung and Solo are going to get randomized up here. And then Max, Bax, and Spirit get randomized down here. So I'm going to randomize Ryung Solo, and I'm going to pray. I repeat, I am going to pray that we get Solo on the top to not end up with the ZVZ. Of course not. We're going to roll with it, guys. Screw it. Let's do it. So it's going to be Ryung and Sola. And then we randomize the other second place finishes, which is going to be Max Pax and Spirit getting second place. Well, good job by Spirit today, by the way. Let's randomize Max Pax and Spirit. Randomize those guys. Spirit, Max Pax in that order. Like this. And then what this means from here is there's usually a select way in which things can go down at the very end of this. So basically, you can't play someone from your own group. Oh my god, Max Pax and Hero in the same section as well. That's so sad. Are we just going to have like a mass Terran section? So, Ryung can't play Clem, and Clem also can't be here. So, for example, Clem can only go into versus Solar or versus Spirit. So, yeah, this is the part where it gets a little bit more confusing. So, let me show you guys. So, basically, we have 4 matches, right? Clem cannot play Ryung or Hero for as long as possible, and so to do that, Clem has to play the second or the third match. Trap cannot play Solar or Björn, which means that Trap has to be number 1 or number 4, because he can't play Björn or Solar. Yep. Gumiho cannot play Max Pax or Shin, so he has to be 1 or 3. And then Showtime can't play Spirit or Cure, which means he has to be 2 or 4. So how do we randomize that? Doesn't really matter. I think we're just going to randomize Trap, Gumiho, Clem, Showtime. Like, we'll just randomize all 4. Because basically when one gets decided, the rest get decided. Yeah, so if we just randomize all 4. So what I'll do is I'll randomize all 4 names, Trap, Gumiho, Clem, Showtime. The order they come out in, the first place they can play on the bracket is the place they fall into. So, for example, if Clem comes out first, he will go into the top one. If Showtime comes out first, he will go into the top one, then Clem would have to go there, so we'll just do it like that. Don't randomize it? No, we're randomizing it, guys. It's happening. It's happening. Alright. Trap, Gumiho. I'm Showtime. Let's do it. Pray for the non-mirror matchups. Gumi! Clem, Showtime, Trap. So Gumiho first is going to be put in first. So what does that mean? Does that mean Gumiho goes to the top? That means Trap has to go to the bottom, which means Showtime has to go there, and then Clem must go there. So Gumiho, Ryung, Showtime, Solar. Oh my god, no, it's so mirror matchup. No! It's the worst bracket possible! No! It's all mirror matchups! Oh my god, it's actually horrendous. It's actually the worst bracket we could have made, no? The only non-mirror matchup in the first round is Showtime Solar, and 3 of the round of 8s are guaranteed mirrors as well. Oh my god, that's actually the worst bracket we could have made. That's actually, like, literally guaranteed 6 out of 8 of the first 2 rounds are mirrors. Delete pod, do it again. That's sad. Unlucky. Never. So the only benefit is we're guaranteed a non-mirror matchup semi-final, and we're guaranteed a non-mirror matchup semi-final over here as well. Okay, guys, this is just how we get rid of all the Terrans, okay? This is just how we make sure there's pretty much racial balance guaranteed in the top 4. Okay? God damn it. Alright, that's going to be our bracket, guys. I'm going to have to go and sort out the order of that and stuff. That's going to be it for today. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you all tuning in and dropping by and hanging out with us. It has been a pleasure. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you all next time for more StarCraft 2. This streamer just wants a TVT in the final. If it's TVT final after that, I will be very sad. I'm not gonna lie. I'll be very sad. Ay, ay, ay. It's okay. We'll just do like 3 mirrors in a row to start the day off on Saturday. Alright, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Serve ads on outro, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Nope, I'm not here tomorrow. I'll see you guys on Saturday for the playoffs.